Have a great day. The Senate will come to order. Mr. Carpenter, please call the roll.
Senators Bridges, Cook, Corum, Crowder, Danielson, Donovan, Finberg, Fields, Foote, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hanson.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down and just say a few words and just let you know. Just a few words. Okay. All right.
Absent.
Hill. Heisey. Holbert. Lee. Lundeen. Marble. Moreno. Pedersen. Priola. Priola. Rankin. Rodriguez. Scott. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Story. Tate. Todd. Todd.
Absent.
Williams. Winter. Woodward. Zenzinger. Hanson. Todd. Mr. President.
Here. With 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused, we have a quorum. Senator Gonzalez, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, guests, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Approval of the journal. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the journal of yesterday, February 26, be dispensed with, and it be approved as amended by the Secretary of the Senate.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Bill 185, and correctly introduced, Senate Bill 185, correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 119, correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 120, 125, 164, correctly re-revised, House Bill 1037, 1067, 1087, and 1094.
Committee reports.
February 25th, 2020, Committee on Local Government has had a consideration of the following appointment. Recommends the appointment be placed on the consent calendar. Confirmed with the Energy Impact Assistance Advisory Committee for term expiring August 24th, 2023. Joseph Timothy Redmond of Hayden, Colorado, appointed February 25th, 2020. Committee on Local Government after consideration of Mayor's Committee following House Bill 1124. Refer to Committee Whole for recommendation placed on the consent calendar February 26, 2020. Committee on Health and Human Services after consideration of Mayor's Committee following House Bill 1038 be referred to Committee Whole of recommendation placed on the consent calendar February 26, 2020. Committee on Health and Human Services after consideration of Mayor's Committee following Senate Bill 166 be amended as follows. As amended, be referred to Committee Whole of recommendation February 26, 2020. Committee on Health and Human Services after consideration of Mayor's Committee following Senate Bill 156 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation February 26, 2020. Committee on Business, Labor, Technology after consideration of Mayor's Committee following Senate Bill 177 be referred to Committee Whole of recommendation placed on the consent calendar February 26, 2020. Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology after consideration of Mayor's Committee following Senate Bill 92 be postponed indefinitely February 26, 2020. Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology after consideration of Mayor's Committee following House Bill 1013 be referred to Committee Whole of recommendation placed on the consent calendar February 26, 2020. Committee on Judiciary after consideration of Mayor's Committee following House Bill 1009 be referred to Committee Whole of recommendation placed on the consent calendar February 26, 2020. Committee on Judiciary after consideration of Mayor's Committee following House Bill 1014 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee on Appropriations of favorable recommendation February 26, 2020. Committee on Judiciary after consideration of Mayor's Committee following House Bill 1148 be referred to favorably Committee on Appropriations.
Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading and transmitted over Revised Statutes House Bill 1300. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted over Revised Statutes House Bill 1049. Amendments per the House Journal January 31st, 2020. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 100.
Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1300 without comment as amended to House Bill 1049.
Third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 093.
Senate Bill 93 by Senators Foote and Finberg and Representative Jackson concerning protections related to mandatory agreement provisions in connection therewith enacting the Consumer and Employee Dispute Resolution Fairness Act.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 93 lay over until tomorrow, February 28th, 2020.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 093 until 2/28/20. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 093 will be laid over until 2/28/20 and retain its place on the calendar. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 167.
Senate Bill 167 by Senators Hansen and Priol and Representative Becker concerning increasing consumer access to electric motor vehicles by allowing manufacturers to sell their own electric motor vehicles directly to consumers.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 167 lay over until February 28th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 167 until 2/28/20. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 167 will be laid over until 2/28/20 and retain its place on the calendar. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 119.
Senate Bill 119 by Senator Janal and Representative Hawkins Lewis concerning expanding the Canadian prescription drug importation program to include prescription drug suppliers from nations other than Canada upon the enactment of legislation by the United States Congress authorizing such practice.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 119. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of this bill, and I'd ask for a no vote. So yesterday, I mentioned where all these labs are that they want to import drugs from: China, Turkey, Russia, Colombia. And so I made copies of what those labs look like, where they make these drugs that they want to import, and I had them placed on everybody's desk. You can see the lab in China, a couple labs in China, Colombia. They're making these counterfeit drugs in these disgusting labs that probably wouldn't even be allowed to make dog food in. So take a look at this before you vote yes or no on it. Take a look at this and see where these drugs that you want imported in, where they're made. Because they're not from Canada. They're from these other countries. And they ship them through Canada, and then they're passed on down here. You know, we heard yesterday that, no, they're not bringing in counterfeit drugs. The FDA is approving them. They're FDA approved. Well, if that's the case, you have to ask yourself then, why is the DEA, the Sheriff's Association, and law enforcement is opposed to this kind of bill? They testified against it. So if it's all legal and all up and up with the FDA, why is the DEA opposed? Because they're counterfeit drugs. They're coming in from Turkey and Colombia and Russia and China under disgusting circumstances. And you just think, hey, well, it's not going to affect us here in Colorado. Well, just last week, I don't know if everybody saw this article, in Aurora, there was, federal authorities on last Wednesday unsealed a 30-person indictment where a drug cartel was pumping hundreds of pounds of methamphetamine, heroin, and cocaine throughout Colorado. Now you say, okay, those are already illegal. Those are drugs that are high on the list of not being allowed to be sold, but they also had fentanyl. They were also selling fentanyl. And during a course of a year-long investigation into this cartel, authorities seized more than 400 pounds of meth, 5 pounds of heroin, 4 pounds of cocaine, and 1,500 pills of fentanyl that have been disguised to look like prescription opioids. The mass pills caused elevated concern among federal authorities, said the U.S. Attorney. Again, those drugs coming in from other countries. The influx of fake prescription opioids is a growing and deadly concern for this office and law enforcement community as a whole. Had these pills reached the street, thousands of unwitting end users would have been at significant risk of overdose and death, as we've already seen too many and too much of it in Colorado. Most opioid addicts don't seek out fentanyl due to the extreme high risk of incurring fatal overdose. And fentanyl is what they use to cut these other drugs with. However, groups like this cartel are increasingly manufacturing the potent opioid to bump their profit margins by camouflaging it as more sought after and expensive prescription pills. It's also very cheap to produce in either China or Mexico, the U.S. Attorney said. So it's oftentimes mixed with other substances, oftentimes insert substances, and then passed into pill form to look like prescription oxycodone and other drugs, and then sold. They're cutting these drugs with fentanyl and then shipping them over here and saying, oh, they're safe, don't worry about it, go ahead and take them. Please take a look at those labs, and I want you to remember this day when this vote is taken, when you might have a family member or a constituent or a neighbor take one of these non-legal drugs that we're going to make legal, and they die. I want you to remember this vote and this day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Janot. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, asked for a no vote on this bill. I spoke yesterday about a conference that I attended over the summer, and there was a Canadian government official there pleading with legislative leaders from around the country, don't follow the example of Florida and Colorado. Why? Because she said that the legislation that had passed in those two states, this one and Florida, relied on drug inspectors in Canada inspecting the drugs that would bounce from Canada to the United States. And she made it very clear their job in Canada is to inspect drugs that come into Canada and will stay in Canada. And that she and her coworkers and the Canadian government don't take responsibility for inspecting drugs that are imported into Canada and then are shipped to this country or any other country, because that's not their job. After that official spoke and pleaded with leaders from other state legislatures to not follow our example, we heard from a mother of a young man who died after taking 1/4 of one pill that turned out to be counterfeit. 1/4 of one pill. It was laced with fentanyl. And 1/4 of one counterfeit pill killed him. This is why I'm asking you to please vote no on this bill. We're relying on Canada and now other countries to protect the people here in Colorado. And a representative, at least one of those countries, Canada, has said, don't do that. They're not inspecting those drugs that go into Canada to come somewhere else. That's not their problem. It's going to be ours. Now, am I saying that legitimate pharmaceuticals will be laced with fentanyl? No. At that conference, it was explained to us that there is a new type of drug trafficking. Young men in the Massachusetts area pooled their money together and bought a pill press so that they could make pills that looked just like the real thing. And they realized that the profit margin on making counterfeit pharmaceuticals is vastly larger than trafficking in illicit drugs like marijuana, cocaine, meth. The investment is much lower and the return on that investment is much higher. And what do they use most commonly to make those pills? Fentanyl. It's deadly. Am I suggesting that the sponsors of this bill want that? No. No. I trust that my colleague, our colleague from Fort Collins, and those of you who support the bill are trying to do a good thing, save people money on pharmaceuticals. I understand that. But there's a big danger sign flashing in our face. We have, again, an official, a representative of the Canadian government, the first government that we trusted to do this last year, saying, don't trust us to do this. Inspecting those drugs is not their problem, it's ours. And I fear that we are throwing open the door for more of those counterfeit pills to enter our pharmaceutical distribution network in this state, and that people will die. I hope I'm wrong, but I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 119 for the same reasons my colleagues before me spoke. And it makes you wonder why we have such high standards for pharmaceutical manufacturing in the United States when this bill will allow drugs into the United States without any of those standards in place. We need to ensure the people of the United States will always have the purity of everything that we ingest be to the standards of the manufacturers here. We cannot exchange safety for convenience or price when there is no testing at all on these drugs coming in from overseas. None whatsoever to ensure the safety of the people who ordered them and are taking them. It's funny to me because we have Chinese in my family. And do you know what's really amazing? None of those Chinese will buy products from China. And they do that for a reason. They buy things that are made in reputable manufacturing facilities throughout the United States, and then they send them to their families in China. They do that for a reason, and we've had many discussions about this. right now, the way that our world markets and drugs are going, I think we're waging a deadly, deadly premise and going into something that we should actually heed and not go right now because of the dangers in the world markets with the fentanyl and the drugs. We already have such a problem with illegal drugs coming across the borders in the United States and being packaged as if they were real pharmaceutical drugs. I'm all about reducing the cost of our pharmaceutical drugs to everyone within the United States, but not by allowing drugs coming in this way with no testing at all. There is not a batch testing when they come in from out of the country. And I have to also remind you that we are having problems not just with pharmaceuticals coming into our country, but also with meat products. We are getting meat products from outside the United States that are tainted and marked beef, and they're not. We have products coming in the United States and mixing with our animal foods for thickeners. And if you remember, a few years ago, we had a rash of deaths within our animals and pets, and it was because of an additive being brought in from China, mixed in with our food, our pet food for thickeners, and that additive from China was poisonous. And there were pets across the nation who had died from that, and it's exactly the same. That was not tested, and these aren't going to be tested either. We can't lay the people of the United States open to receiving what could be to them in hopes something that will save their life, but in reality will end up killing them. This is a dangerous precedent, and with the world market of illegal drugs and drug activity going on right now, I cannot be more in opposition to Senate Bill 119.
Senator General.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just to clarify a few things, this bill and the one before it, Senate Bill 19.5 and this Senate Bill 119, are carefully worded and crafted with the Canadian consulate and also with discussions of with other countries, including other countries. And this needs to be sent to the federal HHS secretary, and it's going to be by mid-March. What I believe all of you are kind of getting a little confused with are the counterfeit drugs. And I look at the packet that was sent around, and I don't know if this is China. I mean, it could be here in Denver. And if it is, it's atrocious, and the FDA better do something about it. But I need to say that, you know, I commend our law enforcement for enforcing and protecting us from these counterfeit drugs, which you all are actually, I think, alluding to. Because the FDA standards would never allow for anything laced with fentanyl to come through as far as FDA standards go. Senate Bill 119 is not about this, and it will involve the FDA and federal standards. And again, it will look at sample testing for quality, for authenticity, for degradation, for tracking and tracing from the federal supply chain, according to federal supply chain laws, relabeled in the United States according to U.S. labeling requirements, and they have to meet those requirements if they're coming in from another country. And any drug that's not able to meet these high standards, and I believe in the FDA. It's been working very well for a long time, and the drugs have to meet these standards in order to be considered to come through from any other country. I can recall in my early pharmaceutical days, the fake drugs. They were happening in the 70s. I hate to date myself, but we used to watch films about this in the late 70s as a sales rep about fake counterfeit drugs. This isn't anything new. This hasn't happened yesterday. So I just want to say that, we need this bill. It's going to open up drug importation because, yes, Canada does have an issue. It's a small country. It doesn't want to have to give a lot of drugs to the United States. But other countries are willing. We're in negotiations and talks with them now, just in the process. And if this bill reaches the floor of the U.S. Senate this spring, we will be ready to be able to import drugs from other countries like Spain and like France and like Australia, Austria, Denmark, Japan, Great Britain, and Colorado and Florida are leading the way. And so are 25 other states that are considering this type of legislation. And so I commend our law enforcement for the counterfeiting that goes on. But this bill is not about counterfeit drugs. It's about FDA-approved drugs, both on exporters and on importers. And I ask for an aye vote.
Having no further discussion before the body, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 119 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Sonnenberg, Cook, Hill, Gardner, Smallwood, Lundin, Marble, Crowder, Heisey, Scott, Tate, Rankin, Woodward, with 21 ayes, 14 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 119 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Rodriguez, Bridges, Pedersen, Gonzalez, Winter, Lee. Please add the President. Second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Zenzinger will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1289 by Representative Kennedy and Senators Foote and Holbrook concerning an alignment of certain eligibility deadlines affecting precinct caucuses under the Uniform Election Code of 1992. House Bill 1026 by Representatives Van Winkle and Weissman and Senators Fields and Gardner concerning the creation of a 23rd Judicial District. House Bill 1262 by Representatives Esgar, McCluskey, and Senators Moreno and Zenzinger concerning money appropriated for housing assistance for persons transitioning from the criminal or juvenile justice system. Senate Bill 3 by Senators Garcia and Heisey and Representatives Esgar and Will concerning improvements to state parks in connection with making an appropriation. Senate Bill 59 by Senator Heisey and Representative Larson concerning sexual assault on a student by an educator.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the adoption of all the bills on the consent calendar and their associated committee reports, including House Bill 1289, House Bill 1026, House Bill 1262, Senate Bill 3, along with the Appropriations Committee report, and Senate Bill 59, along with the Judiciary Committee report.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports on consent calendar? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the committee reports on general order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All of those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on general order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All of those in favor say aye. All of the opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the body is to rise and report. All of those in favor say aye. All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee will budget reports that are consideration of the following text bills being the second reading. There will make following recommendations. Number 1, Senate Bill 3 is amended. Senate Bill 59 is amended. Passed second read order. Gross place counted for the reading and final passage. House Bill 1289, House Bill 1026, House Bill 1262. Passed second read order. Rise and place counted for the reading and final passage.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 03, as amended. Senate Bill 059, as amended, passed on second reading, ordered and grossly placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1289, House Bill 1026, House Bill 1062, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Second, general order, second reading of bills. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself in the committee of the whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills. And Senator Zenzinger will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 80?
Senate Bill 80 by Senator Rodriguez concerning amending the Colorado Consumer Protection Act to increase the damages for which plaintiff is eligible.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 80 lay over until tomorrow, February 28th.
You've heard the motion, which is to lay over Senate Bill 80 until tomorrow. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 80 will be laid over until tomorrow. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1048?
House Bill 1048 by Representatives Harrod and Buckner and Senator Fields concerning prohibition against discrimination based on persons' traits that are historically associated with race.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1048 and ask for a favorable recommendation.
Is there any discussion on House Bill 1048? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1048. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1048 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 30?
Senate Bill 30 by Senators Garcia and Rodriguez and Representative Escar concerning increased consumer protections for customers of investor-owned utilities.
Mr. President.
Where's Robert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 030, the Transportation and Energy Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Transportation and Energy Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee report adopted a few wording changes for the prohibition or alteration rate structure to allow for allowance on strong attention to how those rate structures affect low-income families, and the amendment also raises the Colorado medical exemption test to increase the allowable income before a medical rate is granted. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee report added a small appropriations to the bill. I'd ask for your support.
Is there any discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is to adopt the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment L006.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L006?
Amendment L006, Senate Bill 30.
Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment L006.
To the amendment?
Thank you. After additional stakeholdering, we determined that a few tweaks were needed to the language that we amended in committee, and this amendment doesn't change the spirit or intent of this section in the bill, just changes the wording so it'd be able to be a little more comprehensible or understandable. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L006? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt L006. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L006 is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have one further amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read L005?
Amendment L005, Senate Bill.
Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment L005.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, L005, corrects an oversight. This amendment changes the wording so that to a specific that it allows for prohibition on the remote disconnection is for non-payment issues. The amendment also strikes the language in the bill regarding positive credit reporting. It determined that such etiquette for or edits to the PUC would result in additional consumer costs, which was not intended. And so I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. I think the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, as you can see, a lot of work's gone into this bill. And so, great bill. Will do a lot to help with consumer protections on rate increases, and I'm proud to work with it with my good colleague from Denver. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 30? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, after amendment and so forth, it strikes me that this bill and the chamber might benefit from this bill being read at length, but not everything that strikes me needs to be acted upon, and so I waive that right.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little disappointed in my colleague, Mr. President Garcia. This is actually a bill I worked on for years and years and years. And last year, as you may remember, the President and I came together in a bipartisan effort to do a bill much like this. So I'm a little hurt, I think, is probably the most appropriate thing to say, because he left me out this year. And being left out is a very, thank you, John, thank you very much. I'll get over it, though, someday. But for right now, I think an apology is in order. Thank you, Madam Chair.
An apology withstanding, is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 30? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 30. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 30 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 40?
Senate Bill 40 by Senators Janelle and Todd and Representatives Buckner and Michelson and Janae concerning the regulation of genetic counselors.
Am I laying this over?
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 40 lay over until tomorrow, February 28th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 40 until tomorrow. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 40 will be laid over until tomorrow. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 65?
Senate Bill 65 by Senator Hansen and Representative Roberts concerning limitation on the use of mobile electronic devices while driving.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move Senate Bill 65, the Transportation and Energy Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Transportation and Energy report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Transportation and Energy report, we made several small changes to the bill as introduced, just to make sure we had the appropriate safeguards for use by folks like RTD drivers, et cetera, so that we're not complicating their situation with the bill. So we have the appropriate carve-outs added in the Transportation and Energy Committee.
Is there any discussion on the Transportation and Energy report? Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, what I'd like to do is submit a amendment on this, and all the amendment does is add Civil Air Patrol to the committee report. It doesn't. This act, if I could, it doesn't add this to it because that's already in the committee report.
Senator Crowder, we need to adopt the committee report first before we can amend it.
I'd like to move L008 on SB 065.
We need to adopt the report first, so all of those in favor of adopting the report say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. We will go to the appropriations report next. Senator Hansen to the appropriations report next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So in the Appropriations Committee report, there is a small appropriation that was needed to implement this bill, and that was adopted by the committee.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll choose this bill, although it relates to several others in appropriations this week. There's a $9,000 appropriation. We go through appropriations with an amendment to add $9,000, really? Members, we should all consider changing the rules or at least voting against these amendments for 1/10 of a person, or this one doesn't have a 1/10 of a person, but many of these bills going through today have appropriations of a few $1,000s and 1/10 of an individual or decimal points. I just want to call your attention to that, and I apologize to the good senator for using his bill as the example because there were several others.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am philosophically in the exact same position as my good friend from Carbondale, and have looked at this issue extensively over the last couple of years. Our current rules for fiscal analysis basically say that if something is deemed to take more than 240 hours, so 1/10 of an FTE, that must be included in the fiscal analysis, and that's what we saw with Senate Bill 65. And so while I agree probably it's time for some attention to some of those fiscal analysis rules, I would still ask for your support for the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L008?
Amendment L008, Senator 65 by Senator Crowder. Amendment Transportation.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L008.
To the amendment.
Actually, Madam Chair, all this does is just add Civil Air Patrol to the list of people that are exempt. And the reason is they're out on search and rescue, and they're driving around, and they have two-way radios which are in contact with each other. So I thought it was very viable and very sensible to have them included in those that are exempt, so I would ask for a yes vote. And it's a friendly amendment.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L008? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this is absolutely a friendly amendment. I appreciate you bringing it forward, Senator, and urge support for this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L008. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 65? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 65. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 65 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 73?
Bill 73 by Senators Pedersen and Story and Representatives Winter and Cutter concerning amendments to the state income tax deduction for contributions to a qualified 529 account to ensure that the state income tax deduction is not aligned with the changes in the Federal Tax Cuts and Job Acts of 2017 that allow tax-free distributions for elementary and secondary school expenses.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 73 and the committee reports from Education and Appropriations.
To the Education Report. Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Education Report covers technical, there was an amendment that covers technical aspects of the reporting elements to ensure that reporting is focused on Colorado taxpayers making contributions.
Is there any discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Education Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Report. Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Report just looked at the fiscal note that was adjusted, and I urge, yeah.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 73 will ensure that Colorado's State 529 program is only used to help families save for higher education. The Colorado 529 Qualified Tuition Program is a state-run program intended to help families save for higher education through tax-deductible savings funds. And in 2017, Congress and the Trump administration passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, allowing 529 accounts to be used to pay for K-12 education at public, private, and religious schools. This change has not been implemented in Colorado. This bill seeks to clarify that in Colorado, 529 accounts will only be used to save for post-secondary education, not for private K-12 education. It is estimated that using 529 accounts for K-12 expenses would reduce state revenue as much as $3.4 million a year, and state fiscal analysts serving to further exacerbate our public education funding crisis. Additionally, opportunity gaps in Colorado's education system are already a major problem due to the high cost of tuition and inadequate state funding. Using limited state dollars to incentivize savings for private K-12 education would only serve to increase inequality gaps between families that can afford private education for their children and those that cannot. I urge your support on this bill to keep Colorado families moving forward and providing opportunities to address rising costs of post-secondary education, whether it be vocational schools, associate's degrees, or bachelor's degrees.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 73? Senator Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this is like classic Trump phobia or whatever's going on here. The reality is this bill says we don't trust parents to decide how to save and how to spend 529 accounts. It really has nothing to do with higher quality education, here or there. It really has everything to do with limiting parent choice. Has everything to do with us saying we're somehow afraid of this crazy guy in the White House and the policies he's doing, and therefore we're going to limit Colorado parents' options. Read the bill, pay attention. It says, hey, we've got these 529 accounts, and we recognize there are a bunch of different education options for our students, a bunch of ways you can use 529 accounts to fund education for your students. And this says, oh, bless your hearts, parents, and I mean bless your hearts in a very southern way. Bless your hearts, parents. You're not intelligent enough, smart enough, capable enough to understand how to spend your own money and save your own money. So we're going to limit your ability to save money in a 529 account and to spend that on any kind of high school education, on any kind of, who knows, maybe they're afraid of parents spending money on extracurricular classes or camps or whatever. Who knows? The reality is it says you can't use this money anymore except for college. From an economic standpoint, this does the exact opposite of solving a funding crisis. It does the exact opposite of alleviating pressure on our K through 12 system. It says we're going to take private resources and no longer allow them to be used in the K through 12 system. It says, parents, we're no longer going to let you subsidize and augment K through 12 funding with your own hard-earned resources. We're going to ban you from doing it. Now, I'm not sure if the sponsors of this bill or who it was campaigned on the idea of coming up here and banning parents from spending their own hard-earned money in our public K through 12 system, but that's what we're doing. Colleagues, it doesn't make any sense. It's vitriolic. It's to make a statement. It really is. It shocks me when I talk to any parent out there about a Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, Green Party, that we've got a bill up here to limit their ability to use their privately held and privately saved money to augment K through 12 education in Colorado, that somehow we've got such a problem with the Trump administration, we're so afraid of what they're trying to do with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act that we're going to limit Colorado parents' abilities. Colleagues, this is an absurd bill, taking away parent and student and education choice. Ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We heard the bill in Education Committee. This is one of those odd bills where there is an opportunity for individuals by virtue of the federal law to put their money to work in a tax-advantaged way on behalf of their children. I mean, that's just the way it is. And good on us for allowing that to happen. Oh, wait. This bill wants to take that away. Actually reaches out and says, yeah, by virtue of what the federal government has done, there's freedoms for parents to choose. There's opportunities for parents to invest in their own children. And this bill says, no, we're the state of Colorado and we don't want you to be able to do that, even though there is a pathway now under federal law to allow that to happen. Then you begin to wonder, why would that be so? Now, I would not challenge the motives, would not question the motives, but I just wonder, why would we choose to take away from parents the right to spend their money in a, yes, tax-advantaged way on behalf of their children? We do it. Everybody here across the aisle, I'm confident, is in favor of allowing it for college, for post-secondary, once the children get out of elementary and high school. We all agree you've got to do it to allow them to do it for college, and this bill does not mess with that. That somehow is allowable. It's a different kind of choice, apparently, once your child is 16, 17, 18, and they're headed to college. This bill simply says, no, your child's a different class of individual before they graduate from high school. You cannot use tax-advantaged money on their behalf before they turn 18. Seems odd to me that you would subdivide your children into two classes based on what school they're in, whether it's high school or headed to college. That's offensive to me. And also then it simply says, you have an opportunity now by virtue of what the federal government has allowed, but we're going to take it away from you. Bad bill. Bad bill. Vote no.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud to join my colleagues from El Paso County in asking for a no vote on Senate Bill 73. I wonder, colleagues, if you've heard from constituents who contact you and may have contacted you and asked, well, why wouldn't Colorado allow this? Why doesn't the legislature get busy? Do this 2 years ago, do this last year, do this year. Not this bill, but the opposite. Clarify that parents who do invest money in a 529 program, that it would be eligible for K through 12 expenses. And I think the prior two senators spoke eloquently and accurately to that point. The parents are wondering, well, wait a minute, this is their money that we're talking about. Why can't they use it for K through 12 expenses when it's there and they can use it for higher ed expenses? Why in this state with open enrollment and concurrent enrollment and P-TECH and all of the alternatives, all of the choices that we afford to students, why would we limit a parent who's already paying into the public education system? Why would we limit that parent or parents from being able to support their sons and daughters in the K through 12 environment? Why would we take that option away from them? It just does not make sense. And I've certainly been contacted by those constituents, by parents who have that question. They're flummoxed as to why wouldn't we do the exact opposite of 73? Why didn't we do that before? Why aren't we doing this now? And it's just disappointing that we would, or those who support the bill would step in and take that choice away from parents who, again, are already paying into the public school system and are saving through a 529 account to pay for an education, higher ed, or potentially in the private school in K through 12. Why would we do that? That's the question that I'm presented when constituents contact me. I don't recall being contacted, it's possible, I just don't remember, by anyone advocating for what this bill does. Make sure that parents don't have that choice. I don't remember being asked for that, but I can't imagine that a system that continues to inaccurately say that we're 49th in K through 12 funding. No, that's only if you count the dollars that come through this building and if you ignore all the dollars that don't go through this building. This is a bad bill, and we ought not do this to the parents in Colorado who are working to save, to pay for education in an alternative way. We should celebrate those alternative ways and vote no on Senate Bill 73. In fact, we ought to make sure this bill doesn't pass and bring back the opposite to allow parents to clearly have the ability to deduct these expenses for K through 12 through a 529 program. Ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 73.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Story. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003, Senate Bill 73.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L003 is a technical correction to the bill to address a definition, but simply a technical change.
Is there any further, did she move it? You need to move the amendment, please?
Move Amendment L003.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L003 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 73? Senator Tate.
I have a kind of a question and a general concern about a particular part of the bill. I don't know if it was brought up in the committee hearing, but on page 3, the paragraph from line 8 through 18, we're defining what qualifies as an education expense based on a previous juncture of our tax code, but I could be wrong, and this is a kind of a comment of admonition. It's possible that I'm wrong, but I believe in December the federal government, under a strong bipartisan basis, changed that definition to allow apprenticeships and some different kinds of educational expenses to qualify. And if this bill passes, my concern is we're now saying we're not interested in supporting apprenticeships with this type of program, which is ironic, of course, because we were here yesterday talking about the need for apprenticeships. So I don't know if that was intentional to say to a certain type of work or a certain type of job skills or job classifications that we don't want this to apply. My sense is this bill was drafted or conceived prior to some of these tax law changes at the federal level, but it'd be nice if the bill sponsors would take a look at that at some point in the legislative process and identify if that's a real issue or not. But right now, pending that concern of mine being mollified, I'll be a no vote based on the fact that this seems to be blind to some of the changes that bipartisan legislators at the federal government have put into place. Thank you.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 73. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 73, the ayes have it and is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 115?
Senate Bill 115 by Senator Crowder and Representative Catlin concerning the registration of surplus military vehicles as foreign vehicles.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 115 and the committee reports.
There are no committee reports, so to the bill.
Madam, what we're trying to do is straighten out what happened last year with the SARS computer the drives on military vehicles. If you recall, in 17, they had this computer system come online, the drives, which actually eradicated or eliminated all military vehicles for title and registration. And agricultural as well as fire districts and whatnot have reached out and asked that we reinstate them, and that's basically what 115 does. And I do have an amendment, Madam.
Is there any?
Well, if I could, what this bill does basically is allows farmers to actually get vehicles registered as well as farm plates, just similar to what we have on our pickups and trucks. If we can get a farm plate on it, that vehicle can be registered and licensed. And the reality is the amendment is, if I could speak to that real quickly.
Actually, could you turn in the amendment first and we'll read it and then you can speak to the amendment?
All right.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L001?
Amendment L001, number 115.
Senator Crowder.
Madam, with the amendment, I move L001. What the amendment does basically, if the farmer buys a military vehicle and he gets it registered and titled with farm plates, when he sells that, basically what this does is set up the process that the repurchaser of that vehicle would have to be a farmer for that to stay in existence on titling and registration. If the individual who purchases the vehicle from the farmer is not a farmer, then it would be considered an off-road vehicle at that point in time. And this is basically a department bill, or excuse me, a department amendment that I agreed to work with Department of Revenue on, and it's somewhat simple, but it's not unfair. So I would ask for acceptance of that.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L001? We're going to take a senatorial 5 just to allow the members to take a look at this amendment, or senatorial 3, because it is rather lengthy. We will take a senatorial 3. The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L001. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 115? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 115. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 132?
Bill 132 by Senator Sonnenberg concerning the use of surplus military vehicles for specialized purposes under the Uniform Motor Vehicle Law.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 132, and I don't believe I have a committee report.
You do not. Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 132? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 132. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 150?
Senate Bill 150 by Senator Hansen and Quorum concerning adoption of a renewable natural gas standard.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 150, the Transportation and Energy Committee report, as well as the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Transportation and Energy report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In Transportation and Energy, we made a few small changes to the bill to focus it in on the main purpose of the bill, which is really about reducing emissions in the state by taking advantage of renewable sources of natural gas, of methane in the state. And I think have a more focused and more productive bill as a result of the committee changes, and I ask for your support.
The motion is the adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations report.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. And appropriations, as we've discussed with a bill earlier this morning, and my good colleague from Carbondale pointed out, there is a small fiscal note here to implement. The money is not from general fund. The money actually is coming from the reserve account and the fixed utility fee, which is exactly what that account is set up to do, which is to help the PUC do the work that is outlined in the bill, and I ask for your approval of the appropriations report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion on the report. The motion is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and very happy to be joined this morning by the newly added co-prime on this bill, and we'll hear from him in just one moment. But very excited about Senate Bill 150. I think we are in a very crucial moment in our state's history around being able to continually improve environmental performance in the state, as well as take advantage of local resources. I think Senate Bill 150 is really trying to get the best of both of those worlds, and look forward to moving this forward, and would love to give my co-sponsor a chance to comment.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is truly an honor for me to join the good senator on this. I know there's been a lot of stakeholder work on this, and I think it truly is a great bill for rural Colorado that will create some jobs for us. So ask for an ayes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one amendment for your consideration. I move L008.
We have an amendment. We have an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L008?
Amendment L008, Senate Bill 150 by Senator Hansen, Amendment Transportation and Energy Committee report dated February 11, 2020, page 2 after line 6, insert page 6 of the printed bill, lines 4 and 5 strike. An affiliated interest of a large natural gas utility or small natural gas utility and substitute a large natural utility and a small natural gas utility, or an affiliated interest of either, including through partnerships with other entities. Page 2 of the report, strike lines 19 through 21.
Senator Hansen, and would you mind moving that one more time? The desk did not have the amendment when you moved it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies to the desk. I move L008.
And to the amendment.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is, I think, a very straightforward amendment. This is really focused on allowing different capital allocation models to be used to fund these projects. Felt like it was appropriate for the utilities, both large and small natural gas utilities, to be able to partner with affiliated parties to get projects done. We think in many cases this could lower the cost of capital and reduce the cost of moving forward with projects. And with that, I ask for your support of L008.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L008. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any discussion on the bill, Senate Bill 150? Seeing none, the motion, Senator Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard this bill in committee, and I was a no vote. And the primary reason for that no vote is I support the technology, but what my concerns are is that we're getting in an atmosphere of government telling people what they have to do, mandating, or maybe not even mandating, maybe just trying to move the conversation to one side or the other. I think this is a technology that needs some work. It's got a lot of things that need to change in how they do it. But that said, again, I support the technology. I don't like the idea the government is sticking their nose into exactly how those things are going to happen. So with that, I will just say that I'm still a no vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my research on this, I discovered that a coal company that is not mining at the moment was looking to CDHPE for a flaring permit. And I think we're much better off using that energy rather than flaring it. So ask for an aye vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just one final comment for your consideration, members. I think we've had tremendous success in the state of Colorado with the Renewable Portfolio Standard, the RPS. That was something that was started with voter approval almost 15 years ago now. and we've slowly built on that foundation. And that's really what this bill is aimed to do, is to start a similar process of some reasonable goals for the state to meet when it comes to reducing overall emissions, improving environmental performance. And I think we've got a well-balanced legislative vehicle to start that process on the gas side of the ledger. And I urge your support for Senate Bill 150.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 150. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 150 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 163?
Senate Bill 163 by Senators Gonzalez and Priola and Representative Mullica concerning the modernization of the school entry immunization process.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 163 and the associated committee report.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we did attach the appropriation. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had an excellent conversation, and I want to start off this discussion by thanking everyone who has lent their voice on this important issue. We heard hours of testimony from folks on all sides of this debate, and the amendments that you'll see coming forward reflect responses directly to the concerns that were raised by stakeholders. But we want to just go back to what is the rationale and the reason for moving forward Senate Bill 163. At the end of the day, this bill is really rooted in this idea of seeking to ensure that our schools and our child care centers are safe for all Colorado kids to attend. And through that, we are working to boost and increase our immunization rates in order to create healthier schools and child care centers, in order to ensure that we are using more accurate, efficient, and useful data systems. And we want to also preserve personal belief and religious exemptions through a non-medical exemption, and then also preserve the existing medical exemption that already exists in current law. I want to be clear about what this bill does not do. This bill does not require any parent to vaccinate their children if they're opposed. This bill also does not remove any parent's ability to opt their kid out of the state immunization database. It does not create an extra burden for parents who don't vaccinate. It merely requires that they make the same effort to protect our public health that vaccinating parents do. And lastly, we, through this bill and through the amendments that will be moving forward, ensure that we comply with our HIPAA protections. And so with that, Madam Chair, I will turn it over to my co-prime sponsor.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I want to thank my co-prime sponsor, Senator Gonzalez, for her hard work on this bill, and as well as all the other folks who have spent many hours stakeholding in the fall, who've come to support, had many discussions with a lot of folks that understand the science, understand medicine. I want to also point out some coalition members. We've got the American Academy of Pediatrics, Colorado chapter, Colorado Academy of Family Physicians, Children's Hospital of Colorado, that's a big one, Colorado Association of Local Public Health Officials, Colorado Association of School Nurses, Colorado Children's Campaign, Immunize Colorado, formerly known as Colorado Children's Immunization Coalition, Colorado Parents for Vaccinated Communities, and Healthier Colorado. This bill is also, I'll list off a number of endorsements. This bill has also been endorsed by American College of Obstetricians and, I'm not going to use that word, Colorado Section
Gynecologists.
Yeah, I don't say that word. Colorado Boulder Public Health, Care for Colorado Foundation, Chronic Care Coalition, Colorado Access, Colorado Association of School-Based Healthcare, Colorado Association of Health Plans, Colorado Bioscience Association, Colorado Cancer Coalition, Colorado Chamber of Commerce, there's a big one, especially for my side of the aisle, Colorado Community Health Network, Colorado Cross Disability Coalition, Colorado Hospital Association, Colorado Medical Society, Colorado Pharmacists Society, Colorado PTA, of which my mother was a member back in the 80s, Colorado Public Health Association, Colorado Public Health Nurse Leaders, Colorado or COPIC Insurance, Council for a Strong America, Delta County Health Department, Denver Health, Denver Public Health, Every Child Pediatrics, Health One, Rocky Mountain Hospital for Children, Healthy Child Care Colorado, Interfaith Alliance of Colorado, Jefferson County Public Health, Larimer County Board of Health, Mile High Early Learning, RX Plus Pharmacists, and SCL Health. So I know that was a lengthy list, but I just want to let folks know there are a lot of people that care about this legislation passing, not just school districts and teachers who want to be able to focus on educating their kids without having to deal with the prospect of the school being shut down for 3 weeks while everybody's quarantined. There's a lot of parents that want their children to be able to go to a school that is safe and they don't have to have the fear of staying home for 3 weeks because of a measles outbreak or something along those lines. Members, this bill is a modest step in the right direction based on the best in medical science and what has worked in other states with the principle of equal effort and folks being treated the same whether they choose to vaccinate their children or they choose to opt out of vaccinating their children. Members, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 163.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L025?
Amendment L025, Senate Bill 163 by Senator
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L025.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank all of the folks who came and testified at our Health and Human Services Committee hearing on this bill. Because you'll see several amendments that reflect those concerns. I've had a lot of productive conversations with folks who are opposed to this bill but wanted to make it better. And so with that, there was concern that we heard in committee around compelled speech and the fear that any form that may be promulgated may in some way offer may in some way compel speech. And so Amendment L025 is really meant Amendment L025, I apologize, I'm going down the wrong amendment. Thank you. Amendment L025 is meant to tie the 95% vaccine protected children standard to the MMR vaccination rate. There was concern that we heard in testimony around, are we talking about every vaccine needs to reach a 95% immunity rate? And for us, after consultation with stakeholders and after consultation then back with doctors and physicians and other immunizing providers, we really do agree that herd immunity threshold by vaccine does vary, and but that the MMR vaccine can serve as a placeholder for community immunity for the measles. Knowing that contagion of the measles can be so high, we do really believe that that is a good indicator of a community immunity threshold. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on L25.
Senator Smallwood. And this is to the amendment, L025.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the senator from Denver for the amendment. It was definitely one of the areas of this bill that I had concern about. So if I understand the amendment correctly, we had discussed in committee sort of the concern that a school publishing vaccination rates might be at liberty to publish any vaccination rates that they wanted to. So what you might see from one school might see the vaccination rates around, let's say, recommended vaccination like HPV or influenza, and we would expect those vaccination rates to appear to be very low. Whereas in conversations with the proponents of the bill, it sounded like from the data that we really want to communicate to parents is more of the vaccination rates of the MMR vaccine, which would then ideally lead us to at least some conclusion around whether or not we have this herd immunity within that particular school. So I guess I would want to make sure, and I apologize to Madam Chair, to the bill sponsors, obviously we just got these, so I've been going through them as quickly as I could, that the school could still publish vaccination rates for all of the vaccines, but are required to only do the MMR, or is this that they are only going to publish MMR vaccination rates so that it's sort of uniform information that the parents are receiving? I think that's my only question on Amendment 25.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Douglas County for his question. Yes, the idea around Amendment L025 is the only requirement is to publish the MMR rates. But should other school districts decide that they'd also like to include additional information, they can certainly do so, but that is their discretion given their own communities and their own school districts' local control decision.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I will add to the good senator from Denver's comments. Keep in mind, these rates and the advertising, if you will, by the school districts is meant to be educational for parents. There are many parents out there that do not have a fundamental disbelief in vaccinations. They would probably vaccinate, but they assume everyone else vaccinates and that the vaccination rate at their school is 97 or 98%. And if they were to find out that the vaccination rate at their school is 20 or 30%, that might be information that would give them the additional, how should I put this, additional emphasis or urgency to actually go to the doctor and get their children vaccinated, because they would then realize that statistically my child has a higher probability of coming down with one of these diseases given the fact that our school's at 20 or 30%, and I assumed it was at 95 or 98%. So just about giving information to parents, educating them, letting them know that you do statistically have a higher chance of having to stay home with your kid for three weeks, and how's that going to work with your work schedule and expenses, so on and so forth. There is no penalty. There's no penalty for a district that doesn't quite do this right, so on and so forth. This portion of the bill is meant to be educational because best practices show that when parents are educated, they tend to move towards higher vaccination rates per school than lower.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L025? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To be clear, this amendment is an improvement. It's moving us in the right direction. I as a father, in communication with my wife, determined the vaccines that we would choose to have our children take over the course of their childhood. Part of the conversation that this amendment seeks to get at has been around what appears to so many people to be the proliferation of the number and types of vaccinations. And they all have different purposes, some of which, such as this particular amendment deals with, are virulent diseases, the types of things that are spread by aerosol, a cough, a sneeze, contact with a surface where germs may have been left behind. Others of the required and recommended immunizations are bloodborne. They're the sort of thing that are more appropriate, quite frankly, for an intravenous drug user or a prostitute than they are for infants and children. And so determining what sort of metric, what sort of information we're gathering, collecting, and communicating to the public becomes very, very important. And that's what this amendment seeks to do. It says, yeah, it's not the Hep B virus, something that's really a bloodborne illness sort of thing that we're going to measure and require a 95% communication on. It's specifically, and this amendment makes the clear point, that it's the MMR, the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, and the uptake element of that is what will be determined and communicated, and that's where we're seeking to get to 95% on this semi-virulent type of virus. But I would ask the bill sponsors, because there is a question still in this, even with this presentation and the acceptance of this amendment, the reality is there is a test that any of us can have. I had the MMR shots when I was a child, and you can follow that immunization with a titer test. It's called a titer test. It's a blood test that defines whether or not I actually benefited from that immunization. And the reality is, colleagues, that somewhere between 2 and 10% of the people who are immunized, the children who are immunized, have no response at all. Their body doesn't generate the antibodies. So the question I have for the bill sponsors, as we move in this positive direction, trying to shape better public policy, is do we want to acknowledge that? Is the fact that it's maybe 90% of 95% is what's actually happening? Do you want to acknowledge that? Is there some way to respond to that? Because at the end of the day, the purpose of the bill, in part, is about public communication about what's going on, and I'm asking for clarity in that communication. Should we be communicating that, in fact, we're looking for a 95% threshold, but even those students that have had the vaccine, only perhaps 90 to 98% of them may have an uptake. Do the bill sponsors care to speak to that question, since we are trying to get to clarity in our public communication with this issue?
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the good senator from Monument, I appreciate that question. The answer really is that every individual is different. And that's why we do, in Senate Bill 163, maintain for individuals who either do vaccinate, the opportunity for equal effort with the folks who choose not to vaccinate, and for the folks who choose not to vaccinate to either obtain a medical or a non-medical exemption. Given that, we really do seek to, under this proposed legislation, ensure that parents are able to have those conversations around that specificity with those immunizing providers in order to be able to make their own health decisions for their own individual families as to what makes best sense for them. What Amendment L025 seeks to do is to ensure that the only requirement for reporting is the immunization rates for the MMR vaccine.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 025? And let's stick to the amendment, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, the question is specifically, in the pursuit of public transparency and clarity of understanding, I'm essentially asking, is there a willingness to put a footnote with this that says we have a 95% immunization rate, and oh, by the way, that may actually only mean 90% of 95% is the effectiveness rate, that there are a number of children out there, perhaps 10% of the immunized population, who are walking around thinking they are, in fact, protected, but they are not. That is the question I'm trying to get to.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, in the bill, we do encourage people to have multiple options as to how they engage in this conversation around that type of specificity and nuance. We put options in the bill language so that individuals can either have that conversation with an immunizing provider or with a receive that information in the interactive video produced by CDPHE. I don't think that that speaks exactly to the amendment L025 that's elsewhere in the bill, but what we're talking about right now within L025 is this idea that the only requirement for publishing immunization rates would be around the MMR vaccine rates.
Senator Smallwood. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I want to be clear to the members and my colleagues and the bill sponsors. I appreciate this amendment. It goes in the right direction. It says instead of this broad swath of 69 immunizations that children get over the course of their school career, that we're only looking at one of those to define the threshold, this 95% threshold that we're trying to understand. That's good. That's a movement in the right way. So I appreciate it. I want to be clear. I am in support of the amendment. I think it moves us in the right direction. The challenge is, I just think in terms of the public policy and the public communication, there is an asterisk, there is a footnote, there is a very important element that should be called out to the public, that is 95% immunization, needle sticks, is what has happened, but heads up, it's 90% potentially effective. There still is a gap, there still is a question, there still is a substantial material unknown. And I think that's an important part of the public policy conversation that we're trying to have. So I support the amendment. I just want to be really clear that we are not, in fact, as clear with regard to this information as some people would like to represent it to be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Majority Leader Holbert. Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Or President, you know, we can just throw around titles here.
I rise in support of L025, and I want to say thanks to the bill sponsors, particularly the majority sponsor, member of the majority caucus. She is earning a reputation for being reasonable and listening and working on both sides, and I am grateful for that. Thank you. Let's not change that. Let's keep it just like that. I wanted to rise and speak to L025 and probably other amendments that come through, because I'm sure that there are folks watching and listening outside of the Capitol. And this is an activity that we do, we're of course allowed to do, offer amendments on a bill that's being debated here on second reading. It is unfortunate, it's frustrating though, that we don't have the ability to immediately put these amendments out online. So if folks are looking for something called L025 on the website, that would probably come up if it's adopted later today or maybe tomorrow, depending on how many bills and how many amendments and how much change has to occur on the website. Our staff will be actively trying to get those up onto the website so that people outside the Capitol can actually read them. So I ask your patience if you are following the bill, especially if you are opposed to the bill. These are amendments you probably would support, and I wish there was a way that we could show them. Do ask for an aye vote on L025.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of, we do have further discussion on Amendment L025. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to re-emphasize what I think you've already heard from my colleagues. Amendment 25 does seem to address my concerns around the latitude that schools may have had in publishing those exemption rates, and I would ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L025. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L025 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L048?
Amendment L048, Senate Bill 163.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move Amendment L048.
To the amendment.
Members, this is an amendment to clarify the homeschool exemption. You might have, hold on, let me check my notes. It's basically the same as Amendment 26, but it has my name on it. This amendment clarifies, in its lines 9 through 12, a student is not required to comply with subsection of this section if the student is participating in a non-public home-based educational program pursuant to section 22-33-104.5. And then below it also reiterates the local control components that a district may, if the district chooses, to exercise. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L048? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having just seen this amendment, it's different than the one that was provided to us earlier. Would like just a quick recess, maybe 2 to 5 minutes.
We will take a senatorial 2. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L048? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate so much the progress we're making. Typically, I am experienced at doing this in committee. I don't typically have the opportunity to mark up a bill while standing at the well. But today, given the way this is rolling forward, that seems to be exactly what we're doing. So I'm trying to understand, because L048 presented 2 minutes ago as an echo and a recent duplication of something that was presented at 10 a.m. 55 minutes ago, because it interacts with the public safety, the public health environment, and it interacts in the also very complicated public education law, making sure that it does what we think it does becomes a really important part of making good public policy. So I, at this point, am going to walk through and try to understand exactly what this does. It looks to me like it starts in the ledge deck. Is that possible? Page 5, line 12. So that's just moving.
Would the good senator like more time to review the amendment?
I think that might be appropriate. I was thinking it might be instructive to actually mark up a bill in the well so the public can understand what marking up a bill looks like, because that's exactly what we're doing at this point. 5 minutes would be wonderful, Madam Chair. I would defer to your suggestion of a senatorial 5. Thank you.
We will stand in a senatorial 5.
And part of the
motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 048. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And colleagues, thank you for your patience in walking through. When we're on the fly, we're building this airplane as we fly. It can be challenging. We hit a little turbulence, folks, in the back of the plane. So I'm clear now, I think, although I'm not confident in that clarity, what this does. And it's kind of half a loaf of what we were seeking, or at least what I was seeking. It says if you're a homeschooler, you're exempted from this. However, you're not fully exempted. There are several exceptions, and the several exceptions go to 3 different types of environment where a homeschooler may participate in their neighborhood school for a day in some part of a program, and therefore the superintendent of that district may say, you know what, we need your information because you're coming through our school district. You may participate in a charter school for a part of a day or a class or whatever, and again, the superintendent of that district may say, we need your information, so you're not exempted out. And then it also speaks to private schools. It says the headmaster or the convener, whomever, of a private school may say, we need your information as well. So to be clear, what this amendment does is it gives us part of what we had asked for. And quite frankly, I thought we had heard that we were going to get relief on this matter, and that was that homeschoolers would be in fact fully exempt. To be clear, this is a partial exemption as opposed to a full exemption for those homeschoolers. So I think I'm clear. I would love to, and of course I will, between now and thirds, vet this with other folks who interact with the complexity of public education law with greater expertise than I have, to see that this does what I think it does. And even at that, what I think it does is less than what I had really requested, what I really believe we heard from so many people in the testimony in committee that they would like to see have happen as well. So I am not as sanguine about this particular amendment as I was the previous amendment. But I do appreciate the sponsors working on the matter.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the good senator from Monument for those kind words. What we try to do with this amendment is honor homeschoolers and allow them to be exempt, which my family has been homeschoolers in the past, while still honoring local control that exists in other areas of statute. And I believe that the amendment strikes the right balance and should be adopted and improves the bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for the amendment. This was one of the issues in committee that I think caused a lot of the concern. Maybe not the majority of the concern, but a lot of the concern was some ambiguity around, okay, we're hearing homeschoolers are out, the language says homeschoolers are in. Which is it? And what I was hoping to get was exactly that. Would want to be able to go to parents who are homeschooling their children and say, guess what, you are in, or guess what, you are out. In fact, in committee, I had 2 separate amendments drafted for committee. One that said, regardless, homeschooled children are in, one that says that they were out. So it turns out, and I appreciate the sponsors' efforts at this, but it turns out that unfortunately we don't get such a black or white answer. We don't get a crystal clear answer, as was already mentioned, because of other parts of statute. So I think it's important for the folks listening, for the folks that lobbied really hard around this, was that it is a sometimes and or maybe type situation. That, to read directly from the amendment, a school district may require compliance with subsection 1 of this section if the student participating in a non-public, home-based educational program attends a school of the school district for a portion of the school day, and then repeats to institute charter schools, and then repeats for private schools as well. So again, as the senator from Monument mentioned, it's probably not what I would have wanted to see, because I would have loved to have seen this more clearly delineated, but I also understand that practically speaking, that may be impossible in statute. So again, for those listening, I think it's pretty clear to be able to at least look at this now through the amendment and say, yes, if my child does not attend a school of the school district of an institute charter school or of a private school for any portion of any school day, that they would not need to comply with the provisions of this. So again, I appreciate the sponsors' work, and I'll be voting yes on Amendment 26.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise in opposition to L048. It was stated that this amendment clarifies homeschool exemption. And when looking at it, it kind of does. But it also gives local control over parental rights. And for that reason, I am a no.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a point of clarification, again, Amendment 26 changed due to the sponsorship change on it. Same text, but it's Amendment 48. So I'll be voting yes on Amendment 48.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L048. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L048 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L027?
Amendment L027.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L027. And
To the amendment?
I vote. Thank you. So L027 is also in response to many of the concerns that we heard around Senate Bill 163 in committee. What this does is that it clarifies and specifies the demographic data that will be asked for on the non-medical exemption form. This amendment limits the personal identifying information to the following, and I'm reading from the amendment here. Subsection 3, not require the student's parent or legal guardian, emancipated student, or student 18 years of age or older to provide any demographic data except the student's name, date of birth, sex, and school's name and location, and the parent or legal guardian's name. You may ask, well, why would we need that information? And the rationale and the reason why we are limiting any demographic data to these factors that I have just listed is that we want to ensure that SIS has only what is needed to identify unvaccinated children in case of a vaccine presentable disease outbreak in order to offer medical intervention if desired. This really is meant to address the concern that we heard in committee from unnecessary personal identifying information being collected. The last thing that I'll say is that, again, all of the same opt-out provisions of the SIS tracking system would be in place. And so if a parent did decide to opt their information out of the SIS database, obviously that would be respected. I do ask for an aye vote.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again to the senators for walking through this. So first of all, I appreciate the effort in attacking a really large problem in this bill, which was the open-ended authorization that the bill was giving CDPHE to collect virtually any demographic data that they wanted, which didn't seem logical. I don't see the nexus and asked for the nexus. Just because I didn't see the nexus doesn't mean that there isn't a nexus, but asked for the nexus between things like race and ethnicity and vaccination rates or exemption rates. So what I've been asking now, ever since we met in committee, is may I please have a list of the demographics that you are requesting and the reasons why? That's all I want. And if it makes perfect sense, you know what? It's something that I could support. But seeing things now in this amendment, like sex, cause me great concern. Why does that sex matter? And once we're going to take this information about a student's sex and we're going to put it in a government database that I am very skeptical is secure, and then let's say that student wants to take advantage of Jude's Law that we just passed last year. and they want to make a change in their sex, in their gender, as it is officially recorded, then how are we going to deal with that? How are we going to then go to this other database or databases and say that there's been now a change from the records that you had before? And again, colleagues, more importantly, why do we want or need it in the first place? Are we going to be able to say as the state that uniformly males are vaccinated at a lower rate than females or vice versa? And let's say that we find that that is the case. Well, then, colleagues, then what? We got to start an educational campaign around male children and their exemption rates. This stuff just doesn't make sense to me. And the less information that we can give the government on our children that they are going to store in their database, I say the better. So I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done on this amendment. I think there's a lot more explanation that needs to be done around the logic of this amendment. So this is certainly not one at this point that I can support, although I very much appreciate the effort, because unlike the drafted bill or the introduced bill that just said CDPHE can have whatever demographic information, at least now we have a somewhat smaller list, and I do want to make sure the sponsors know that I agree with that.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the good senator from Douglas County, I just want to say I love seeing you being a trans advocate, so I very much appreciate that.
Senator Lundeen. So the motion before the body is the adoption of L027. Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much.
On Amendment L027.
L027, I speak to that. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with but a single step. L027 is a stutter step. Yes, it moves us in the right direction, but it is inadequate to the needs of privacy that, in fact, I believe people are asking for, and I think that they deserve to have. So, as a matter of process, I will simply object to the amendment, and I've notified the bill sponsors I have an alternative amendment I will be offering.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the good senator for Monument. Keep in mind, my co-sponsor mentioned this earlier, but parents can scrub their child's data from SIS by asking to do so, and so then none of this will be on file.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I apologize if I made that sound like a rhetorical question. I would like very much to know why we need things like sex as a demographic that we're collecting as a state.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L027. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
Inadequate.
The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L047?
Amendment L047.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L047. And I would love to have it displayed, but that's an article.
We don't do that here, yes. Senator Lundeen, would you like to describe your amendment?
I would love to describe this amendment.
Using the power of speech.
So the amendment that was just adopted said, all of your information, we're going to keep just part of it. The amendment before us now, L047, says you have a right as a matter of privacy to be forgotten from state databases if you should choose to. The law says you can opt out. This amendment simply makes it very, very clear. If you opt out of this state database, the CIIS, or SIS as they call it, you're out. You're gone. You're free. You are not still caught by the ankle in a database that the government will use to communicate with you or for whatever other purposes it and its fellow agencies may choose. Amendment L047 is the flag that waves boldly for all of us, Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, Green Party, I think we heard from the well earlier today, who want to be able to live your life in quiet enjoyment without the government tracking you, without the government breathing down your neck. I urge your support of this acknowledgement that freedom and privacy are two fundamental beliefs and fundamental ideas that we as people in Colorado hold dearly. L047, good amendment. Vote yes.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Monument for bringing this amendment. The bill already allows parents to opt out entirely. The only thing that remains is that they opted out because then the parent doesn't have to keep reapplying every year to opt out. So my understanding is if this did go into the bill and went into effect, then a parent would have to re-opt out to have their data removed every year going forward. The only data that remains is the data that says they opted out, and it's a one and done. Ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundeen.
So then I need clarification. Is the state proactively putting the parents back into the database every year? What's to opt out of? If you've opted out, you're gone, you're forgotten. Are we regathering their data again and again and again? Is this more offensive, quite frankly, than I believed it was as we started this conversation? I think the amendment, L047, which says I'm out, leave me alone, is a good amendment. And I'm concerned now that the bill sponsors actually think they're going to come get you every year and you have to opt out every year.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L047? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L047. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment fails. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 163? Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, to the bill. This is being represented, called, talked about as if it's a vaccine bill. And in fact, the underlying issue or the subject that causes the interaction of our discussion is vaccination. But the root issue we are actually talking about here today is freedom. How do we treat the people in our lives who look differently than we do, who act differently than we do, who may believe differently than we do? What do we do with them? Do we respect them? Do we honor them? Do we accept them as those most precious elements of society that help us define who we are as a society? Or do we gather them up, collect their names, track them as they try to move through their lives in quiet enjoyment? It is my considered opinion that it is how you treat the individuals of your society that defines the value of your society. If you treat them with respect, even though they're different than you, even though they may believe differently than you, even though they may look differently or act differently or behave differently than you, if you treat them with respect and honor and dignity, I would argue you are building a good society. This bill says directly, quite frankly, because you have made a decision based on your research, not the government's research, but your research, that your choice is to manage the medical health of your child in a way that's different than the Center for Disease Control at the federal government and their bodies that define a list of vaccinations that they believe you should have regardless of your circumstances. If you choose to make a judgment different for your family, for your child, different than that, we're going to put you in a database after making an effort to disabuse you of your ignorance, your willful ignorance that you should see things differently, how dare you, than the government sees things. We're going to put your name in a database and we're going to track you because you are different. I think that's very, very challenging. And that difference can come from things like this. On the day a child is born today, unless the parents say, no, pause, I'm not certain that's appropriate for me and my family. On the day a child is born today, that child gets a needle stick with a hepatitis B vaccine. Hepatitis B. That is an illness, a disease that intravenous drug users and prostitutes live at risk of on a constant basis. But if that infant's mother is neither an intravenous drug user or a prostitute, that child has no risk of hepatitis B being part of their life until they maybe make life choices down the road, many, many years down the road that would change. But that particular vaccine is one of the 69 vaccines that are in fact what government says this is best for you. Now, if you're one of those parents who says, oh, time out, that's not best for me. That's not best for my household. That's not best for my life of quiet enjoyment. Then you are waving a yellow flag in front of government that says, come collect information on me. Come track me. Come be prepared to talk to me when I may not want to hear from you. In fact, you may get a knock on the door. That sounds contradictory to the freedom that we hold different here in America. Now, that's the root issue. Is there a way to thread our way through this? Is there a way to improve the circumstance? I would like to believe there is, but we don't seem to be doing it now. We seem to be driving this thing forward a little bit more swiftly than perhaps is necessary. It is my considered perspective that this bill goes too far. It seeks to provide information and require of us information that in fact may not be appropriate. And so I have an amendment I'd like to offer to improve upon that.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L038?
Amendment L038, Senate Bill 163 by Senator Lundin, amend printed bill page 5, at 1 and 2, after will being insert honor their personal circumstances.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So,
can you please move the amendment?
I move Amendment L038.
Thank you.
Colleagues, you all know that the legislative declaration of a bill is a framing portion of the bill. It says, here's what the bill's about, here's what we care about. At the end of the day, it doesn't have the effect of law, but it has the effect of communicating what we care about. That's what this particular amendment does. It says on page 5, line 2 of the bill, and let me give you a little context here. The bill is saying things like, therefore the General Assembly, that's us, declares that all children deserve to attend schools, including child care facilities that provide them with the greatest protection from vaccine-preventable diseases, support their well-being, and then this amendment, L038, would simply say, and honors their personal circumstances. We're seeking here to inject the reality that everybody's life might be slightly different, and we honor that as a General Assembly, and build strong foundations for learning and thriving. It goes on. So it simply says, this amendment does this small little thing of saying, we honor the personal circumstances of the individual. L038, I have moved it and urge your support of this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Monument for bringing forward this amendment. My only question about this amendment is that It seeks to amend the printed bill, page 5, line 2, and I think it's actually page 5, line 3. But that being said, I know that we have our drafters hard at work. We really did seek to honor individuals' personal circumstances throughout the overwhelming process since last year's effort to this year's effort to honor individuals' personal circumstances of this bill. It's why we did not go the route of striking any personal exemptions. It's why we wanted to give folks choice to be able to comply with the non-medical exemptions in a number of ways. We give folks many, many options and many, many choices. I agree with the good senator from Monument that this is really in the spirit of honoring individuals' personal circumstances, and so I do see this as a friendly amendment, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Lundin, do we want to seek some clarification on whether or not it is line 2 or line 3? Because we can withdraw this amendment and then rewrite it. It is correct. Okay. Senator Lundin.
Thank you. So let it be written, so let it be done.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L038? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L038. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L038 is adopted. There is another amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L036?
Amendment L036, symbol 163, by Senator Lundin, amendment printable page 7, line 26, strike vaccine protected and substitute vaccinated, page 8, line 5, strike vaccine protected and substitute vaccinated, page 8, line 11, strike vaccine protected and substitute vaccinated, page 14, line 2, strike vaccine protected and substitute
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L036 and would be happy to explain it to my colleagues.
Proceed.
Thank you. So a little earlier in the conversation, and we did dive right into the weeds on this bill. We didn't start with the big picture and start working in. We just started right at the grassroots level and have been kind of trying to walk our way out of the weeds. This is one of those in the weeds sort of amendments, but we talked about it earlier. The reality is there's 100 of us in the General Assembly, right? 65 in the House, 35 in the Senate. If we all marched out today and got our MMR booster, the mathematics say 10 of us, although we had that needle stick in the arm, 10 of us would not actually develop the antibodies in response to that immunization. Doesn't do anything for us. It simply is a process we've gone through. We get the non-benefit for us, those 10, of the active ingredient that's supposed to knock down the risk of disease. And we also get the benefits, if you call it that, of aluminum or whatever other carriers they put into these vaccines to cause an autoimmune response so your body responds to that vaccine and hopefully develops an antibody, a response to it. But the point here is, of the 100 members of the General Assembly, 10 of them are walking around thinking they're MMR free, but they're not. The language in the bill, and words mean things, colleagues, you know that. That's why we do the work we do. The language in the bill says vaccine protected, vaccine protected, vaccine protected, over and over and over throughout the bill. It is my considered opinion, and I believe if you stop and think about it as well, you'll realize that because words mean things, we shouldn't say vaccine protected because it may or may not be the circumstance. We should simply say the fact. The fact is, vaccinated. They're vaccinated. Medical fact, historical fact, reality. They have been vaccinated. That's all this amendment does. It says, let's just be clear. Let's be clear that they may or may not be protected, but they have, in fact, been vaccinated. This is kind of a truth in advertising amendment. I urge your support of L036. I'm kind of hoping that the bill sponsors, as an acknowledgement to truth in advertising, agree and support the amendment to the bill.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleague from Monument. So I like this amendment for a number of reasons, but I think most importantly is that it addresses some of the underlying problems that we have in our state around this conversation at the 30,000 foot level, which is that there are plenty of folks who feel like the information that is coming to them regarding vaccinations is simply not wholly accurate. So, for example, what we heard in committee, first of all, what we didn't hear in committee from almost anyone was, hey, vaccines are all dangerous and people shouldn't get vaccinated. We really didn't hear that. What we heard more often was there is a risk of vaccine injury, and when we go to get our vaccinations, our physicians often tell us about that. The drug inserts often tell us about that. But guess what? When we get information from the state of Colorado, it almost never talks about that. It's giving us one side of the story. It's giving us a piece of the information, but not all of the information. And as the senator from Monument stated, words do matter. So anything that we can do to make this conversation more intellectually accurate, I think benefits everybody. I haven't fact-checked the senator's statistics on the difference between those vaccinated versus those that are truly vaccine protected, but I think anyone would say the number's not 100%. So little things that we can do like this that start making the conversation more authentic and more accurate doesn't undermine the goal that the department would have. I don't think it would undermine the goal that the sponsors have. It's one small step to make this a better conversation for all of our citizens. So I'd ask for an aye vote on Amendment 36.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise in full support of L036. The purpose of this amendment is very clear, and I can't agree more with its intent. L036 is a very honest approach in defining the reality of vaccinations. When you use vaccine protected as if it's a given, if it's the truth, this gives a very false sense of security to something that doesn't exist. You are never given a 100% guarantee that you are vaccine protected. And I believe that L036 makes this apparent, and it gives the vaccine protected more clarity in just stating that it is taken out and just used as vaccinated.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague from Monument for bringing forward this amendment. I see it as friendly and ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L036. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L036 is adopted. Senator Lundin. There appears to be an amendment coming on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L041?
Amendment L041, number 163, West Senator Lundin, amendment printed bill, page 4, line 7.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So one of the issues that we heard a fair amount about in hearing this bill the other morning, afternoon, evening, morning, was around the religious exemption.
Could we have you move that amendment,
Sorry,
please?
we certainly can. I move, Madam Chair, L041.
And continue.
Thank you very much for the friendly reminder. We heard this conversation around a concern that the current statute allows for a religious exemption for matters of doctrinal or religious purposes that also provided for just a personal choice exemption. The bill takes those two ideas, those two broad, sometimes aligned, sometimes not aligned ideas, and collapses them into one, calls it a non-medical exemption. The reality is, again, going back to the theme that this bill is about protecting individuals who are different than we are, we have a great tradition in Colorado and in America of what's known as protected classes, and there are a few very specific protected classes. Race, nation of origin, sexual orientation, religion. It's one of those things where we just don't mess with people because they have a certain different way of presenting themselves to society than other folks do. And one of those protected classes is religion. The bill, I think, does violence to that. It takes that away as, hey, I don't need to explain this broadly. I shouldn't have to explain this broadly. It's part of my belief. It's part of my shared belief with the people who share the same worldview that I have. And we protect that as a matter of fact in our traditions here in Colorado and in America. This amendment would restore that. It would break down this idea that we're collapsing a personal reason and a religious reason into one. The bill does that. It says, no, they're actually distinct. They're actually different. And one is a matter of great tradition here. And we should preserve that. That's what Amendment L041 does. It says, yeah, we care about religious matters. We care about the fact that religion is a protected class here in America and in Colorado. And it preserves that protection. I'm hopeful that it's perceived to be a friendly amendment. It's not intended to get at what I believe are the two key values, the two key missions of this bill, which is a known immunization rate and the ability to communicate with people about what's going on if there's a health crisis. It doesn't interact or affect either of those key elements, key approaches, key purposes of this bill. And therefore, I am very hopeful that the co-sponsors will see this as a friendly amendment.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Senator from Monument brings up a great point about this, and this was one of my concerns as well that was addressed in committee, is historically in our state we have had a designation of what sort of exemption you were looking for: religious, personal. This bill intends to really unify that into one non-medical exemption. And the sponsor said something in committee that I think I fully understand, which is this is kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't type of conversation, meaning if you're going to require people to designate, for example, a religious exemption, some folks view that as singling them out. And they think it's a bad thing to have it broken out between the two. And so I really tried to take that to heart, and what I did after I heard the sponsor say that is I paid very close attention to what we were hearing in our feedback from constituents, from folks around the state who were opposed to the bill in general. And I cannot think of a single one that said, well, we're opposed to the bill, but thank goodness they finally got rid of that segregated definition around non-medical exemptions and put it all into one. Instead, I heard the exact opposite. I've heard that people feel like it is diminishing the value of religion. It is taking religion out of the conversation completely, and they were adamantly opposed to it. So I fully recognize that there are some risks to the sponsors in accepting an amendment like this because
It can be perceived either way, and they can probably make a good argument that they'll be criticized either way that they do it. I will tell you from my perspective, and I believe from the Senator from Monument's perspective, we've heard overwhelmingly that the preference of the citizens of Colorado is to keep that non-medical exemption broken into those two separate categories. I'll take as much of the fall for that as I can. I'm accurately relaying information that our constituents have told me, and I'd ask for an aye vote on Amendment 41.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Monument for bringing forward Amendment L041. You know, this is interesting because we really sought to, as we were drafting and as we were hearing feedback from stakeholders, quite frankly, stretching all the way back into the summer of 2019, all the way up into advance of the bill being issued and released, and then between the bill being introduced in committee hearing, and then again in committee hearing, and then after committee hearing to this point, we've really been doing a lot of work to check in with our stakeholders and to try to get a sense of what is going to be most workable for all parties involved. You know, other states are moving to strike their religious exemptions completely. You will see that Senate Bill 163 does none of that. And as in recognition of that fact, we put forward in the definitions, page 5, lines 8 through 11, non-medical exemption means an immunization exemption based upon a religious belief whose teachings are opposed to immunizations, or a religious belief that is opposed to immunizations. The rationale as to why we put forward that language in that way is because a lot of times the immunizing providers don't want to have to be put in the position of being the arbiters of what type of which form to fill out, which belief is what type of, is that religious, is that personal belief, what is that? And so hence us trying to honor folks' beliefs, whether that's personal belief or religious belief, but also trying to streamline the process as much as possible. I respect where the good senator from Monument is coming from, but I have to ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Priola.
Okay, go ahead.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I hear the sponsor's comments, and I am willing to withdraw Amendment L041 and move L040 as an effort to get to the sweet spot, I think, on this conversation. And I do
Amendment
move
L041 has been withdrawn. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L040?
Amendment L040, Senate Bill 160.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, the direction of travel matters in anything we do.
Can you please move the amendment?
I did twice in my, I'll move it a third time. I move L040.
Fantastic.
I move L040.
And now to the amendment.
A little bit like Groundhog Day here. Thank you, Madam Chair. The direction of travel in anything we do matters. If we're moving backwards, we're moving backwards. If we're moving forwards, we are going where we hope to get. We have a tradition in this body, no bill finishes its life on a negative movement. It always requires an affirmative movement. You know, the motion to postpone indefinitely, it requires a majority vote. You've got to be moving forward in what you're doing. Now, the bill is drafted, takes something that's really important to us, a religious choice, a religious exemption, or a matter of personal conscience, and it turns it into something that's neutral, maybe even moving backwards. The language, again, matters so very, very much. It takes this big, high-minded, important idea of a religious or personal conviction, and it says, oh, it's just non-medical. It's not meaningful, are the connotations that come with those words. That's not appropriate. In fact, this is very, very, very important that we make the language right. And this amendment would do exactly that. It says instead of calling it non-medical, we will call it a conscience. It's a matter of conscience exemption. Someone who's doing this for the high-minded perspective of religious or closely held personal beliefs. I think that's very, very important that, in fact, we change that language. If we leave it as it is, medical and non-medical, medical sounds really important. Non-medical is like, yeah, whatever, meh. I don't think that's appropriate. And I would hope that the bill sponsors acknowledge we're trying to get to the same place here. These are valid reasons. I will point out to you that the good folks in the legislatures in New York and the good folks in the legislature in California have already decided that non-medical doesn't matter. I would argue that here in Colorado, matters of conscience, matters of deep personal conviction are what the West was built upon, and we must defend. And that's what this amendment, L040, does. It says we care about this exemption. We care about it so much, we're willing to call it something far more meaningful than non-medical. We're going to call it an exemption of conscience. I urge your support of L040.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the good senator from Monument. I appreciate you bringing this amendment. I will have to ask for a no vote because this amendment implies that those who are vaccinating their children or those that are seeking a medical exemption are not following their conscience. Conscience is derived from the Latin con and sire, which means to know, with knowledge. So you're implying someone who selects the conscience exemption as they are with knowledge, but the people that take the medical exemption, they're without knowledge. And I don't want to start putting people in boxes basing on who knows and doesn't know. I think we need to keep a medical issue at the medical level of medical or non-medical. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundin.
We may have found a point of debate that's worth standing on for a while. It's clear that those who submit to the will of government are doing it with knowledge. Or are they? Maybe, in fact, that's what this whole conversation's about. Do you just choose to do what the government tells you to do? Or are you going to, with knowledge, make a choice for yourself and your family? This seems to me to be an easy ask. The power of the state telling you what to do, or the willingness of a people to stand up and say, I am sovereign. You know, a long time ago, and it was not in a galaxy far, far away, it was on the shores of this country. People said, just because King George says I should live my life that way, just because King George wants to tax me for this and toll me for that, I'll roll over. People said, with knowledge, when they step to the center of their being. King George, at the end of the day, may be sovereign in the country that I left behind, but here in America, I am sovereign. And out of that was born the greatest experiment in self-governance in the history of the planet, the United States of America, based on the idea that individuals with knowledge, driven by their conscience, their lives, their fortune, their sacred honor, would in fact choose to bow their neck and tell the government, I appreciate you, but you're wrong on this one. This amendment, an amendment which simply honors the fact that people in America choose to be sovereign over their own bodies, and parents who have the responsibility for their non-majority, their minor children, to protect the sovereignty of those little bodies, choose to act in a way that contradicts what government says, hey, this is our best knowledge. May not be dead on, but it's what we're telling you to do anyway. If they choose to, with conscience, do something different, it should be honored for that. It should be honored as an act of conscience. We're talking about L040. The reality is, we should, with this bill, should it advance, at least acknowledge the people who are choosing a pathway different, people who may look different than us, act different than us, believe different than us. We should honor them with the words, at least, of conscience, instead of meh, non-medical. Words mean things. The narrative means something. How you treat people means something. I'm getting a little wound up about this, but doggone it, it's worth getting wound up about. This is about freedom. This is about honoring the people, the individual. If we lose track of who we are as individuals, we have no society. In fact, this little teeny amendment, this little word matters. Conscience. It's not a hard ask. I urge your support of L040.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the good Senator from Monument. I appreciate the good debate. Words mean things, and I also am a student of history, and on a side note, I wore this color today to signify something in the bill. Many of you may not understand the significance of this color. Anyone? Yes, because I told you yesterday, Senator Smallwood. This is George Washington's favorite color. If you look at Air Force One, when it's sitting on the tarmac, you will notice Air Force One also has this color. George Washington, with knowledge, took the affirmative step to vaccinate the Continental Army because he knew, with the science of its time, which is still true today, that if they had that edge, along with new military tactics they learned from the natives, if they had that edge of not suffering from disease, they would be able to beat back the British and give us the nation we now enjoy today. So I agree, with knowledge is an important thing, and that's why I insisted the historical knowledge of where we've come and how vaccination has added to our liberty and independence is in the bill.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, maybe it's comforting to parents listening and watching outside the Capitol. Maybe it's comforting to know that if we just consider ourselves inscripted, enlisted, subject to a commander, a general that is government, that everything will just be okay, but I reject that. If General Washington required the soldiers in his army to be vaccinated, then that was the general's call, I suppose, but I'm not in the army of whatever this is supposed to be. And I agree with the senator from Monument. the person best equipped to make the decision as to whether either or both of our sons were vaccinated tended to be my wife, with discussions with the doctor. I think it is unnecessarily offensive in this bill that we treat people who have an opinion different than that of government as though their opinion is somehow secondary, when it is not. The overall frustration that I have with the bill, and the reason that I support L040, is that I am a person and government is supposed to be formed of, by, and for us. But this turns that on its head. Not this amendment, the bill. And I think this amendment helps restore where we are supposed to be as a state and a nation. We are not people of, by, and for a government that tells us when and where and how we are to vaccinate ourselves or our children. We make those decisions. Now, generally, my wife made decisions to have our sons vaccinated, but sometimes she said no. And I find it frustrating that some people seem to think that we need to establish some sort of guidelines or requirements for vaccinations. No, we already have that, and we have the right to be exempted. I think L040 helps restore where we are currently. If you decide for you or your kids that a vaccination is wrong, you get to make that call as far as I'm concerned. And to limit, to sort of add more vanilla to that decision and call it non-medical, I think it's an insult to people, maybe people who are not of faith, who make just a conscious decision. I don't want to do that. That's okay. Why is it okay? Because that's what our nation was founded on. That's what our state is founded on. We are not a people of, by, and for a centralized government that tells us what to do, and then maybe we might get permission to sneak through a crack. Whatever your conscience tells you, whatever your justification for your reason, that's where we're supposed to be as a state and nation, and I ask for an aye vote on L040.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, members, this amendment implies that those who need a medical exemption or are having their children vaccinated are not following their conscience. We have an opt-out for parents who are exercising their First Amendment right to not vaccinate their children, their parental right. I would not be supporting this bill if we did not have that option, which the Continental Army did not have. I bring up George Washington to give some historical facts and some historical precedent and historical, give a historical view of the vaccinations are not a new technology. They've been around for hundreds of years. And true, the members of the Continental Army were conscripted, and they did not have a form where they could fill out and ask for a medical or non-medical exemption. They all were inoculated. But we, as liberty-loving Americans, have that right, and this bill preserves that right by simply opting out of the requirement. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's very apparent that non-medical, the terminology here is denigrating. If medical exemptions have conscience, then please respect that. Those who have religious and personal beliefs also come from conscience. It has to be maintained that those who are involved in this bill, those parents and the parental rights who are being violated by this bill, they believe that the term non-medical disrespects the very rationale that they arrive at, and they have a very different decision here not to vaccinate. The words that are used in this bill do matter. All words matter, and they are very, very correct. And I really applaud the good senator for bringing L040, because why is it, and I'm trying to phrase this correctly, and I have to ask why those who do not have a medical exemption must be defined differently, and why can't they stay the same? It is what many parents and many of those who were in opposition of this bill but never regarded as important to take into the stakeholder meetings that the language of this bill revolved around. They never had input. And we need to really be very diligent about how the terminology in this bill is used and who they are referring to. So I stand in support of L040, and I thank the good senator for bringing this forth.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L040. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 163? Senator Gonzalez. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L049?
Amendment L049 is number 163 by Senator Gentleman.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L049 and ask for an aye vote.
To the amendment? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You'll see that Amendment L049 is rooted in responding to some of the concern that we heard in our Health and Human Services Committee. We heard a lot of fear from folks who decide to not immunize their children, that if there were to be some form, that there would be compelled speech within that form, that people would say, I sign and hereby agree that X, Y, or Z. And so Amendment L049 is meant to clarify and prohibit that any compelled speech from taking place. By signing the form, you're not saying you agree that vaccines are good and great or whatever. It just means that you have received the form, you've had a conversation with your immunizing provider, or you've participated in an interactive video. This is the rationale behind this is to acknowledge that the parent is in receipt of information, and in no way is this form or its module intended to force a parent to agree to something that's contrary to their personal or religious beliefs. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good amendment. Another one that's moving us in the right direction. There's a lot of potential for challenges, loopholes, difficulties with regard to this, because it's going to flow out through the rulemaking process what this actually looks like. So I would call out to those who are attentive to this process, who care about this process, that should this bill advance through the General Assembly, pass muster, get the governor's signature, and then go to CDPHE for rulemaking, you'll want to participate in what that rulemaking looks like. because that will have a significant impact on what, at the end of the day, the specifics of this form, the specifics of the acknowledgement of the online training, should this all move all the way through the process, what that will look like. So I just call that out to those folks. As so many things in public policy, it isn't done until it's done, and it never seems to be done as it expands in the scope of growing government. So a good step in the right direction. Part of the challenge that this seeks to get at and needs to get at, and the rulemaking needs to honor, is up to this moment, prior to this amendment, there's so much of what's going on here that says, if you choose to, with knowledge, by conscience, take a path that's different, you may be endangering your child. You may be endangering other children. The language on the forms and the participation in the government-driven process spoke in that way. Well, that's just wrong. It may or may not be accurate. And making sure that this set of forms and the set of acknowledgments is nothing more than an acknowledgement that the person did do this training. The person did fill out this form. That is so very, very important. But the jury remains out on whether or not we'll achieve what this amendment seeks to do, because rulemaking will drive it. And so I encourage everyone to stay engaged in the process. I thank the bill sponsors for this. It is an improvement in the discourse, and I urge your support of 049.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too want to thank the sponsors for this amendment. This was yet another thing that came out repeatedly in the committee hearing, really the skepticism of the opponents of the bill that CDPHE would actually develop a form, an online sort of affirmation after their education that would be less biased, or at least not overtly biased. So as the senator from Monument mentioned, I hope that the department takes this to heart. This is not as specific as I would have liked for it to be, because what we've seen, colleagues, and you can pull the online form down now, there's a tone in the statements around these vaccinations that leads one to believe the only right thing to do would be to take vaccination A, B, C, and D, and anything otherwise is probably not the right thing to do, or in fact, the wrong thing to do. So to clearly, I suppose, demand that the department take those other points of view to heart when creating the form, when creating the online attestation, and maybe at some point to take it to the next step to be more clear with not only the benefits of vaccinations, but the potential risks, no matter how slight. Even if it's 1 in a million, our physicians tell us there's a 1 in a million chance that something might happen. So would like to have seen it be a little bit more specific, but I think it's a good amendment. I'll be voting yes on Amendment 49.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L049. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L049 is adopted. There is an amendment making its way across the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L053?
Amendment L053 to Bill 163 by Senator Lundin. Amendment printed bill page 5, line 18 after immunization.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So when
Could you please move your amendment?
I will. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L053. I must be getting tired, and I've got 12 hours to go. This could get challenging.
That's funny.
So, Madam Chair, to be clear in our communication, I have moved L053.
Proceed.
Thank you very much. So, when you hammer, everything looks like a nail. We're legislators. We write statewide policy, so we write lots of statewide policy. Quite frankly, there's so much in this bill that is so broad. It just takes a spray gun and sprays so many different things that if we were a little more precise, it might be a little less frightening. Quite frankly, it might be a little more beneficial. It might actually generate better public policy. That's what this amendment does. It simply says in the process of walking through and identifying which are the standard immunizations and providing that information to individuals, in the bill where it says an up-to-date certificate of immunization from a licensed physician, then it goes on, physician assistant, et cetera, others. It simply inserts the words, an up-to-date certificate of immunization, describing the immunizations that are age appropriate for the student. We're just trying to get to some clarity around what matters and what doesn't matter for whom and at what point in their life. Make it a little bit more precise. Again, I don't think it's a big ask. It's simply about, let's be clear in communicating this Hep B vaccination may not exactly be the right thing for your infant, but if you're in intravenous drug use, prostitution, whatever is part of your family deal, then it would be appropriate. It's simply sometimes these things just get handled as though they're all appropriate all across the board. This just simply says, let's make it more precise. Simple clarifying amendment doesn't change the effect of law. It's simply about communicating. I would urge the sponsors and everybody else in the chamber to support L053.
Is there any further discussion? We will take a senatorial 5 to process this amendment. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time to discuss what's going on. And let me be clear. This is what happens when you build the airplane while you're flying it. What came out of the conversation in committee the other night was there is a gap in the way we account for the bookkeeping, so to speak, of students coming into the schools and whether or not those schools are at the 95% vaccination threshold that, in fact, the bill seeks to get at. And here's the way that happens. The MMR is required of 6-year-olds, but 6-year-olds are already in school. 5-year-olds tend to go to kindergarten. And so what happens is that child, that 5-year-old who's headed towards getting the MMR at the appropriate time, at the age appropriate time, age 6, gets counted as a non-compliant child. The percentage goes from 95 or more than 95 is the expectation it might be, down below this threshold. And so what that does, it has the effect of creating this public policy concern that's false. We're shadow boxing. We're solving for a problem that doesn't exist. The reality is we just got the vaccination bookkeeping efforts in alignment with what's actually going on in people's lives. It would make sense, the percentage would be adequate, et cetera. That's what this amendment sought to do. The reality is we are now, as a team, as we're flying this airplane as we build it, convinced the amendment does not do that as we thought it would. And so, Madam Chair, I remove L053, or I withdraw Amendment L053 and ask the sponsors that we continue to work at this. Heaven forbid we should ask for a third reading amendment, but we can at least continue to talk about trying to solve that problem. Because quite frankly, it's beneficial to the sponsors. It's beneficial to the accuracy of the public policy conversation that we define this fact that we've got this little hiccup. There's kind of a donut hole that students are sliding through based on their age of entering kindergarten and the fact that they're not expected to get the MMR for yet another year after that. So compliance is higher than, in fact, it looks like it is simply because of this age differential. So we need to fix that. Madam Chair, I withdraw L053.
L053 has been withdrawn.
And Madam Chair, I move L054.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L054?
Amendment L054 to number 163 by Senator Lundin. Amendment.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Well, the parenthetical moment that we just had with regard to...
Could you move Amendment L054?
I moved it. Oh, I can't move it until after the clerk reads it.
That is correct. You have to actually place it on the desk, and we have to read it out loud, and then you can move it.
So we were talking about kindergartners, those 5-year-olds who don't get to first grade. I'll move the amendment, don't panic. It would appear that I am doing the same rookie things that those kindergartners do. So, Madam Chair, with your permission, I would like to, no, I wouldn't like to, I actually will move L054.
Beautiful, thank you.
Thank you. Keep working with me, I'll get it right eventually. By year 3, I'll know what I'm doing down here.
And you may speak to the
Thank you, I would like to speak to the... So this is in the same space. It's a little bit different section of the age appropriateness conversation. What's appropriate for a child? This is fairly prescriptive. This is one where I am actually choosing, by virtue of this amendment, to reach into what's happening and the actual requirements upon students and their parents. We're here saying that, in fact, the State Board of Health shall not require the administration of the hepatitis B vaccine for school entry. Now, this gets beyond the bounds of what I've been arguing most of the day about, and that is freedom, policy, choice, forms, databases. That's really what the bulk of this conversation is about. But behind that is this enforced set of expectations around vaccines on children. That's, at the end of the day, that's what ultimately this is about. There are those who would argue, and you've heard me argue about it twice before for those that have been paying with rapt attention to my conversation with you today, that the hepatitis B vaccine just may not make sense for newborns, or even quite frankly for kids who are headed into kindergarten. It just is not one of those that makes sense. So this simply says to the State Board of Health, don't require it for school entry. Take that one off the list. And I would urge you to consider this seriously, because this is an appropriate matter of public health. We don't need to be forcing that upon children to get into school. It just does not, it's not medically indicated, and I think we need to have that conversation. This would force that conversation. I urge your support of L054.
Is there any discussion on L054? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate the good senator from Monument for bringing forward this amendment. I do want to walk through a little bit around who makes what decisions where and when. Let's talk a little bit about the vaccine, the Colorado Board of Health. The Colorado Board of Health determines what vaccinations are required for school or childcare entry unless an exemption is filed. The required vaccines for school enrollment in Colorado are the following. To enter childcare, it's hepatitis B, diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis. The HIB, Haemophilus influenza type B, inactivated poliovirus, pneumococcal conjugate or polysaccharide, the MMR, and varicella. Not a doctor, and y'all can tell it. The vaccines required to enter school are hepatitis B, diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis, inactivated poliovirus, the MMR, varicella, and tetanus, diphtheria, and pertussis as a 6th grade booster only. By shifting those decision-making processes from the Board of Health here into the legislature, we set a dangerous precedent. And for that reason, colleagues, I ask for a no vote on Amendment L054, because I want those decisions to continue to be made not by politicians, but by the actual Board of Health. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundin.
Meaningful conversation, not concluded, not conclusive in my opinion. I think we should continue it, and I think that this amendment drives that conversation forward. I urge your support of 5-4.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L054. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the amendment, L039?
Amendment L039, number 163 by
Senator Lundin.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I move L039.
We were able to teach an old dog new tricks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, again, another issue that came up in committee the other night. Colleagues, you've all read the bill. You're familiar with the bill. You get the inner workings of the bill, but let's walk through it just in kind of a recap. You have a firmly held belief or a religious conviction, a religious belief. Your order says, yeah, we don't do that stuff for whatever reason. And I could give you a litany of reasons why people, for religious reasons, are choosing to opt out. You now, by virtue of the way this particular bill is written, you go to your doctor and you say, Doc, I've got this religious conviction, and here's what my order believes. Are you a member of my order, or you're not a member of my order? Let me tell you about my religious order. Here's what we believe. I, therefore, want an opt-out on this, and you're required to get your doctor, who may not know the first thing about your religious perspective or your order or your doctrine, or anyway, you've got to go to the doctor to get a signature. Now, the reality is, the bill's written that way because they want the doctor to talk you out of it. They want the doctor to say, have you considered, and do what doctors do, provide advice. They probably may not want to give you advice about your religion, which is essentially what this bill is asking them to do. So now we've got an uncomfortable circumstance. A circumstance where you're pushing the medical professionals into a corner to do something they may not want to do. And we heard from physicians they're uncomfortable with that. And some even said, you know, I'm kind of concerned there might be some retaliation if, in fact, I sign off on these forms. That is not a good circumstance. You've got the people of Colorado who may be pursuing a different path for their reasons, based on the research, their conviction, whatever. They have to go to a doctor to get the doctor to sign off on the form. Doctor is reluctant. Doctor is concerned about possible retaliation. This amendment solves that problem, or would hope to, as clearly as we ever can with anything we do in this building. It simply says, notwithstanding any law or rule to the contrary, a body that regulates the professional conduct of a person who's authorized pursuant to Title 12, that's the healthcare, the medical professionals, to administer immunizations within his or her scope of practice to the student for whom the certificate is sought, shall not order a disciplinary action against the person authorized to sign a certificate who signed such a certificate pursuant to this subsection. So your association, medical professional, cannot come after you for actually signing off on these certificates. And it makes it further unlawful for the employer of any professional or any professional organization. So the clinic you work for, the hospital association, or not the hospital association, but the hospital group that you work for, your professional folks upstream are not allowed, it's unlawful for them to retaliate against any professional because that person authorized to sign a certificate does so. This is simply giving people, medical professionals, the freedom to, if they should choose to, sign the certificate without fear of retaliation. Again, to me, this is one of those principles we all fight for routinely. And I'm asking my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, and the bill sponsors as well, to in fact join with me in fighting for this. Let's make the bill better. Colleagues, I urge your support of L039.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of Amendment 39. As those of us in committee heard, this is a real thing from two fronts. Number one, physicians have told us that they definitely feel pressure not to sign these exemptions for fear of retaliation from their colleagues or fear that new liability might be placed upon them. So I know I've heard from physicians, number one. Second, I've heard from parents who have told me they've heard from physicians who have said, look, me signing this is going to get me in big trouble potentially. So adding this extra layer of insulation for those physicians, I think just helps them. I think it's a good amendment. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, I respect where the good senator from Monument is coming from on this amendment. However, the Colorado Medical Association, family physicians, pediatricians already feel that they have protection in the language, the plain language of Senate Bill 163 as drafted. They have not asked for this exemption. They have not asked for this amendment, and I ask for a no vote.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would simply posit that maybe that's exactly what the problem is in this, is that there are physicians who are concerned about this, knowing that the governing body, their association, their peers, their employer might feel differently about this. The fact that the association hasn't brought this up and the fact that parents feel like this whole issue is being swept under the rug because of it is exactly why I think we need Amendment 39.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Wow, colleagues, this one's tricky. Fear of reprisal. Have any of you ever been in a circumstance where you thought, boy, if I get over this line, people more powerful than me are going to be unhappy? Ever been there before? I know how you responded to that. You said, you know what, I'm going to get a big brass band. I'm going to march out front. We're going to get flags, and I'm going to tell everybody that I'm walking into this space where people might be frustrated with me. People more powerful than me. People that control the future of my career and my professional standing. Of course not. I exaggerate. I'm making an effort to wake us all up and get us into the conversation. Fear of reprisal. You've got to protect people before you know you need to protect them. Now, for the bill sponsors to say nobody is out there waving flags, big brass bands calling out the fact that they're concerned about this, of course not. Those are conversations that are going to come to you from the side. They're going to come to you after the meeting. They're going to come to you in a quiet moment of confidentiality and privacy. This is one of those things, we need to put these guardrails in. We need to provide this protection because nobody's going to stand in the well and wave their arms like I do and say this is a problem if their career is at risk, if their professional standing is at risk. And that's why it's important that we do it here, that we do it now. I urge your support, colleagues, of this amendment, L039.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise in support of Bill 039. I think this is a simple amendment that provides protections against harassment and retaliation that do exist today. We've had numerous people come to us with complaints against this type of retaliation, and it needs to stop. And with the L039, will it ever stop it completely? No law ever does, but it's a start, and it gives them grounds of good standing. And I would say to back them and protect them, we need to get behind L039. And I thank the good senator for bringing this forth.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing me to address this one more time. I have a hard time thinking of why we wouldn't want to adopt this amendment. If we're hearing, and we did hear in committee, that there is an enormous fear that doctors may not want to sign any sort of exemption form because of fear of retaliation from their employer or from the association or from a governing body. And colleagues, if we're going to give them protections for this, even if they're not always necessary, why in the world would we not give physicians extra protection? What is the argument that says, well, they're not specifically asking for it, and my assertion would be is because they're intimidated not to ask for it, but we're going to voluntarily give them more protections than what they're asking for? What is the logical argument behind not doing this? That's what I would like to hear. It is a way for us, colleagues, to address a concern, ask the folks that were in the Health Committee for 15 hours, ask them what we heard over and over and over again, and if we can address that in a harmless way, and the worst thing that we do is provide our physician community more protection, that's the worst thing that can happen. Why in the world would we not do this, colleagues? Ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Minority Leader, blah, 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 blah. Sorry about that. Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of L039, and I think it's troubling. I find it troubling that supporters of the bill, I think, sometimes look to those of us who oppose the bill as though we're making much to do about nothing, and that there really isn't much to worry about here. Well, okay. If this is an easy decision for parents, if kids should just have all the immunizations, if the doctor's advice matters, I guess, then why, as the senator from Douglas County mentioned, why wouldn't we do this? If this really isn't that big a deal, if it isn't that contentious, why can't we just get the advice of doctors and let it be that? Why not give them this protection that they can't be retaliated against? And opposing this amendment makes me even more suspicious that there is more to this than maybe the supporters let on. That people are being pressured, compelled to have medical treatment, vaccinations that they don't want or don't want their kids to have. That maybe there might be a doctor bold enough to sign this form, but maybe he or she, from the eyes of the supporters apparently, should be subject to retaliation? That's very concerning. See, I would have more confidence in the bill if this amendment had gone through without any debate at all and just say, yeah, this is easy. But because we're debating this, because some are asking for a no vote on this and saying that it's unnecessary, that language is already there to cover this, or most concerning, that doctors haven't asked for this, that just makes me think that this is a bigger deal than maybe I thought before, and makes me want L039 to be part of this bill more than before it was introduced. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L039. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. And the amendment fails. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L050?
Amendment L050, Senate Bill 163 by Senator Lundin, amendment printed bill.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L050.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So back through the process that those who have done their own research, those who are leading their families in a way they see as appropriate, and those who have a different perspective perhaps than the government tells them they should have. If in fact they don't want to go and argue with their doctor about their religious beliefs, if they don't want to go and argue with their doctor, because the doctor may quite frankly be retaliated against from above or his employer or whomever, they just want to pass around that. They don't want to get mired up in that construct which this bill creates. They have an alternative pathway. They can go through some training. Now, the training, probably fairly expensive to create, because the training that exists around this subject is no training at all. It's simply an advocacy video on behalf of vaccinations. Training that truly says, here are the affirmative case, and here is the negative case. Here's the information that says, great idea, you may want to do this for your child. Here's the information that says there's risks. Honestly, there's risks, and they're mitigated or attenuated in this way, but there are risks. That training, in fact, needs to be built. Now, so I would argue, based on that, the fiscal note on this bill is wrong. It's off by a factor of $1 million, maybe $2 million. I don't know. It's off by a significant amount, because real, true honest training about this subject for those people who choose to lead their family in a different way based on the consideration and the research they've done needs to be an honest set of information around the subject. So this amendment requires that medical and scientific data that is evidence-based and peer-reviewed by credible scientific and public health organizations concerning both the benefits and the risks of immunizations and evidence-based practices should be included. The training module must be balanced, key word, in presenting both the benefits and the risks of immunizations, and include data concerning the risks of immunization injury. Now that is the big issue. Some would argue that in Colorado, based on a population of 7 million people, there should be 7 vaccine-injured individuals in the state of Colorado. But we have seen, last year with House Bill 1312, and this year with Senate Bill 163, the bill before us right now, hundreds, nay, thousands of people show up in this building to say, in my personal experience, based on my reality, based on what I've seen, my child was vaccine injured. Now the reality is there's a huge delta, there's a huge difference between the theoretical 7 people that are vaccine injured in Colorado based on the statistics and the thousands of people who have shown up to testify to their personal experience about a child that is now different because of an immunization they received. Now, it may not be medically provable, scientifically repeatable, but the personal testimony of a citizen of Colorado to tell of their life experience is very, very important to this process and should be acknowledged appropriately if we're seeking to find balance in the training that each one of us indirectly is signing off on. That we're saying, yeah, I want my name attached to that by virtue of the authority I have over this public policy conversation. Asking for balance here, colleagues. A willingness to say, you know what, sometimes you catch it all through the normal channels, through the normal processes, but sometimes you don't. Sometimes there's information that comes in from unusual, unexpected channels. And I will tell you, we all honor the process of testimony and hearing about people's personal experience. And that's what this amendment asks for. It says that information should be captured and included as part of the balanced approach in helping people understand the benefits and risks that come from this process that we are driving them through. Urge your support of L050. Honest, trust, truth. That's what we're fighting for in this amendment. That's what you can sign on to with this amendment. Join us on L050.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for your attention during this. So I'm not going to speak for the senator from Monument, but I believe anyone who attended that committee meeting or any of the committee meetings that we've heard over the last several years around vaccinations, immunizations, has come away with a better understanding that vaccine injuries are very rare, but they happen. And if they didn't happen, the government wouldn't have felt the need in the mid-'80s to pass a law, the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act, back in 1986, that helped to establish the adverse event reporting system so that
as a governing body, we can start to track this stuff. And yes, it's rare. And I went through the data, vaccine by vaccine. Some of them literally are the 1 in a million kind of conversations. But it's those 1 in a million kind of conversations that your physician has with you when they discuss any medical treatment. You're going under general anesthesia. Your child's getting a vaccination. It doesn't matter. Physicians, in my opinion, do a very good job in explaining to you, the patient, here are all the benefits that you're going to potentially get from this procedure, from the administration of this medication or vaccination. But here's the risks, no matter how small. And then you, as a prudent layperson not in the medical practice, can make the decision that's best for you and your family. And that's what we're asking for here, and I believe that's what my colleague is asking for here. I have in front of me right now a copy of the non-medical exemption form, and we discussed this in committee. This is the one that I believe, if the URL is accurate, came directly from the department. And as a Colorado resident goes down through this list of vaccinations that they would like to decline, here is the type of thing that you would hear. So I'm reading this verbatim from the form. Hepatitis B. Unvaccinated children may be at increased risk of developing hepatitis B if exposed to this disease. Serious symptoms and effects include jaundice, lifelong liver problems such as liver damage, scarring, liver cancer, and death. That's what it says. And then, oh, by the way, for more information, then there's a link to the CDC's website. Okay? So we just talked about the fact that if you don't get the hepatitis B vaccine, there's a possibility that you'll die. No discussion of the risks, just a link. Move down to influenza type B. Unvaccinated children may be at increased risk of developing invasive HIV disease, HIV, the influenza, if exposed to this disease. And I bet you can guess where this is going to end up. Serious symptoms and effect include bacterial meningitis, pneumonia, severe swelling in the throat, brain damage, deafness, infections of the blood, joints, bones, and covering of the heart, and death. For more information, here's your link to the CDC's website. And we do this, colleagues, for virtually every single vaccination. And this is what we're hearing from the opponents. This is what we're hearing from the parents that pack the Capitol to talk about this, is they are not saying that every vaccination is dangerous and we shouldn't vaccinate our children. By and large, they're asking for unbiased information. Just give us the facts. Don't try to hide it like what we do on the form. And this is by no means indicating that the sponsors are in favor of the existing form. In fact, the opposite's probably true. But I'm trying to demonstrate why there is such distrust of the Department of Government that's expressed by so many of our citizens. It's because of forms like this that are one-sided, colleagues. They're not telling the whole story. That's what we're asking for in this amendment. You don't have to sugarcoat it. You can tell us that if you don't vaccinate your kids, data shows that there may be liver failure or death. Fine, please do that. But then also specifically say, and by the way, it's important that you know, here's the risks. Be it 1 in 100 or 1 in 10 million, here's the risks. That's why I like this amendment. It's just intellectually truthful. So I'd ask for an aye vote on Amendment 50.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and to the good senator from Monument. I appreciate you bringing forward this amendment because we really did seek, as we were drafting Senate Bill 163, we were trying to bring forward a balanced approach. It's why in the plain text of the bill, and from which I will read now, the subsection A states, of the relevant section 2, Amendment 050 states, subsection A, includes scientific data that is evidence-based and peer-reviewed from credible scientific and public health organizations to disclose the benefits and the risks of immunization and evidence-based practices to prevent the spread of vaccine-preventable disease. We could have put forward a video that said, we're going to tell you about how awesome vaccines are, how great and how many lives they've saved. But no, we wanted to put forward and instruct, actually, that there both be the benefits and risks within the pure language of Senate Bill 163. You know, we struggled with this. We thought, well, maybe we should actually be really clear. Maybe we should say, slide A of this interactive module shall state this. And then subsection B says, slide B of this module shall state that. And slide C and slide D and so on and so forth. But then, you know, we realized that there's not much of a clearer way to bring forward that balanced approach of benefits and risks other than to just state it clearly in the subsection as it's currently drafted. We instruct this online module to include both benefits and risks of immunization. And so while I respect where the good senator from Douglas County is speaking to, you know, the lived experiences of the individuals who came to testify about their beliefs and their experiences as to what has taken place with their children. It's why I hear where y'all are coming from. I genuinely do, and it's why we drafted the existing statute in the way that we did, to try to make sure that the video itself and the online module itself was balanced in its perspective. Colleagues, I respect where this is coming from, but I do think that the language in the bill as drafted achieves the same end. And so to that, I'd ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd request a senatorial 90 seconds.
Granted.
Thank you.
Okay.
The committee will return to order. Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I withdraw Amendment L050 and offer an amendment which will be at the desk shortly, L059.
Amendment L050 has been withdrawn, and we will be in a senatorial 5 until we get that other amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L059?
Amendment L059, Senate Bill 163 by Senator Lundin, amend printed bill page 13, strike lines 3 through 7, and substitute A, include
Senator Lundin.
Madam Chair, welcome back. I move L059.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, we had a conversation where we're trying to find our middle ground here to move this concept forward. The concept we're trying to move forward is clarity in the information that's being presented in this training. The module as amended here would, the language simply says, the module must fairly present both the benefits and the risks of immunization and include data concerning the risk of immunization injury. So the reality is this introduces into the conversation something that has largely been denied. And I think it's important that we not deny, based on the experience we've all had with the hundreds, the thousands of people who have come here saying, you may not have scientific information on this, but I'll tell you, from my family's perspective, my child has been injured. They're different in some meaningful physical, emotional, mental, or other way. And this would require that become part of the training. I think that's good. I appreciate everyone's engagement on this and urge your support of L059.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the folks who are watching this online, this is what this work entails, where we start here and then through the process of engagement and talking through these policies and engaging in this productive dialogue, that's how we get to a place of agreement. And so I appreciate the good senator from Monument and the good senator from Douglas County for bringing this concern and bringing forward this amendment. And members, I do urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L059. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L059 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L042?
Amendment L042 to Senate Bill 163 by Senator Lundin. Amendment Printable page 10, line 15, after section insert.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move L042.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, again, walking through this new process that's being created, one of the things that people objected to, if they aren't willing to talk their doctor down on their religious exemption and they choose to go through the module instead, they have said, fine, I'll sit and listen to this, and we now, with the previous amendment, I think have made that training potentially more beneficial and more honest to the conversation. I think that's good. But there's been an objection to the idea that once someone's gone through the training, that an enormous amount of personal information, personally identifiable information, their privacy is given away. They give it to the state may then use it, either CDPHE or other agencies may use it for the purposes they see fit. This amendment simply says that if an individual goes through the training, that they get a certificate that says, I've been trained. I sat, I listened, I heard what you had to say, I've added it to the body of research that I've done to figure out the medical health choices I'm going to make on behalf of myself and my children. Thank you for that additional information you've provided, and I will add the certificate given to me by CDPHE to my body of learning on the subject. But don't put me in the database. I just don't want that to happen. So I think this probably may be a little more challenging for the bill sponsors, but to be clear, that's exactly what it asks for. It asks that those individuals may live their life having gained some additional information that this body implicitly believes is helpful to them, and they may go on with their life in quiet enjoyment without having to be conscripted into a database. So I urge your support if you want to fight on behalf of the privacy rights of individuals of L042. This is a train but don't track amendment. Additional information, but privacy associated with the additional information those individuals have gained. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Priola.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Members, I asked for a no vote on 42. The bill already allows for this, and this is just redundant wording. Again, ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L042. All those in favor say aye. Oi.
This on the amendment?
Yes. On the amendment. The motion is the adoption of the amendment 042. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that we've heard over and over again from folks who care deeply about this is they don't want to lose control of the data that is shared with others about their kids, themselves, in medical language. So with that, I think an amendment is appropriate.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L058?
Amendment L058, Senate Bill 160.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L058.
To the amendment. That was very smooth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment simply does, I shared this with the bill sponsors, and what this amendment does is it makes it very clear that once that data is collected, that data is subject throughout, whether it's specified today within the existing bill or not, notwithstanding any provisions to the contrary. Every bit of data is subject to FERPA and HIPAA rules throughout. So I think this is one of the necessary pieces that can add some protection to those folks who are so concerned that this is a data collection bill. So I urge an aye vote.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to bring my colleagues' attention to the first part of each of these paragraphs, which I think was important. There is conversation around whether or not any of the provisions of the bill, any of the departments that they're referencing or the technology pieces are actually subject to FERPA or if they actually are subject to HIPAA. So I like the way this amendment clearly states out, notwithstanding any provision to the contrary. So we're not forcing anything new, simply restating what we heard, again, so often in committee and candidly, colleagues, in other committees. Anytime we're talking about data security and the state of Colorado and questions, concerns around that. This seems to be really common sense just to restate that. In case anybody has questions or concerns about it, I'd ask for an aye vote on Amendment 58.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Privacy. We've got HIPAA and FERPA. One's a healthcare privacy law and the other's a educational privacy law. They're both federal in nature and they both provide a fair amount of protection to people. The bill disrupts the flow of that information. It disrupts the protection of the privacy of information there. This amendment shores that back up. This amendment moves us in the proper way. I urge your support of L058. 58, excuse me. Thank you very much.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I've reviewed L058, and I thank the sponsor for giving it to me a while back. This wording is redundant. The bill already does this. There are many protections for data already that exist, and that the bill includes. I ask for a no vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L058. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L057?
Amendment L057, Senate Bill 163.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move L057.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, a while back we kind of had a language issue. We were trying to get at an issue, and in drafting we discovered we weren't really getting where we wanted to go. This amendment gets us where we want to go. And the bill sponsors, I think, are going to welcome this because this cleans up a bookkeeping problem that we're having currently. The reality is students aren't required, children aren't required to get the MMR vaccine until they're 6 years old, but most enroll in kindergarten when they're 5. And so that depresses the rate that is being reported. It says our MMR vaccination rate's lower than it actually is. The reality is we need to clean up that bookkeeping error, acknowledge that when these kids who are choosing to walk down the pathway the government prescribes are in fact walking down that pathway, they're doing it appropriately, and as they move through that, the vaccination rates in the schools that they are attending are in fact higher than are currently being reported.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the good senator for Monument. Boy, do I love Monument. It's a beautiful part of the state. I think the senator might have a point on this issue, and we're researching it, so I asked for a senatorial 5.
We will take a senatorial 5. Senator Lundin, we've had a moment to confer. Is there an action that you are taking with regard to Amendment 57?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, we have had a moment to confer. We're working together to try and clear up the confusion about the difference in ages and difference of age at enrollment, specifically with regard to the MMR. There's enough confusion around that right now that I am choosing to withdraw Amendment L057, and we'll continue to discuss that with the sponsors offline.
Amendment L057 is withdrawn. Senator Gonzalez, there is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L028?
Amendment L028, symbol 16.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate all of the conversation that we've been having today about how to make this bill, make sure that we get this bill right. And with that, I do want to offer up Amendment L028. This amendment cross-references the current confidentiality requirements that exist in statute and exist within this bill. And we're putting this amendment forward in response to both the concerns that we heard in the hearing, as well as wanting to make sure that we are conforming to all of the existing state and federal privacy laws for CIS. Members, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L028. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All of those opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Retaliation amendment.
The new,
So we have, it looks like, another amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L060?
Amendment L060, symbol 163 by Senator Lundin. Amendment printed bill, page 10, line 2 after exemption, add notwithstanding.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. 66 actually is the magic number. There's 66 books in the Bible. You know, you kind of get to completeness at 66. I move Amendment L0 almost 66. No, I move Amendment L060. We're not quite there, but we're getting close, I guess is what I'm saying.
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, sunlight, they say, is a good disinfectant. Time heals all wounds. These are big truisms. If at first you don't succeed, try again. These are truisms. They become cliches because they're real. That's the way life works. This dialogue, this conversation, although I would argue is bringing us to resolution on a still imperfect bill, is bringing us towards a bill that's better. Earlier in the course of the debate, we said, you know what? Behind the scenes, in private conversations, off to the side, there is some concern that people might be retaliated against. Healthcare professionals, your doctor, might be retaliated against if, in fact, they sign off on a medical waiver or a non-medical, religious, or conscience waiver. The bill, or that amendment, failed. But as we've worked and talked and interacted here, we've come together on that particular piece of the conversation, for which I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the leadership demonstrated by the leadership of my colleagues from the other side of the aisle and the bill sponsors. This is an important matter, as we discussed before, and I think we've come to agreement that this matter should be included in the language of the bill, and I thank the bill sponsors. L060, a good amendment. Please vote yes.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good amendment. Vote yes. This is how this process works. We come together, we listen to one another, we get to consensus, and I ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L060. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 163. Senator Lindy.
So we find ourselves at that point in the day where we're wrapping up conversation in a committee. Now, this has been a slightly unusual committee. Normally, we do these things off in subsets of the broader Senate body. We've done this as the committee of the whole. We've all been in committee together, and for those who happen to watch this online, you've seen kind of how a committee interacts. A lot of give and take and interaction on amendments trying to get to a better policy space. There are still principles underpinning this bill with which I cannot agree. I will be, at the end of the day, a no vote on 163, which is no surprise to the sponsors. And it's no surprise to many people that have watched this debate, because the fundamentals of this bill I disagree with. But I want to pause and thank the bill sponsors for working in an unusual way, a very active committee of the whole, but still thank you for working on this. And as we said, or I said in the committee meeting, in the Health Services Committee, I said, please, as you testify today, please seek first to understand and then to be understood. And that leads us to a better conversation. I think we have done that in a meaningful way today. So, slight improvements in some of the details, many of the details of the bill. I still remain opposed because I think the bill essentially does continue to say, although there are more guardrails, there are more acknowledgments, there are more places to find safety and comfort if you disagree, the bill still says you are choosing, based on your research, based on your experience, to do something different, to behave differently than the government would prefer you behave, and the government would prefer you choose. And therefore, we need to know where you are, and we need to essentially track you. Now, that's very uncomfortable language. That's a very uncomfortable statement. But I stand here before you and argue that is an honest statement. And that is why I remain opposed to the bill. It is my firmly held belief that one of the fundamental tenets that we hold as Americans is just because you're different than me, you look different, you think different, you act different, you make different choices, that I should not treat you with any less honor, with any less decency, with any less privacy, with any less ability to go about the quiet enjoyment of your life than I would any other person, someone who looks and behaves the same as I do. This bill violates that basic set of rules and approach to life. Why is that important? It's important because if we start carving off individuals at the margins of our society because they do something we're uncomfortable with, and we don't protect their ability to be different than us, we have, in my mind, a society that's less vibrant, a society that doesn't have the rich, rich tapestry that we as Americans and Coloradans bring together with our different approaches to things. We lose the richness of that tapestry if everybody joins into a monochromatic response that says, I get it, you're from the government, you're here to help me, I'm going to do that which you have asked me to do. I think the freedom and the ability to diverge from government at times, to be differently in an orderly way, in a civil way, is fundamental to who we are as Americans. And it's based on that argument that I, at the end of the day, with great deference and gratitude to the bill sponsors for working to make the policy piece of this better, I still find myself in a position where I say no, vigorously no, to Senate Bill 163. And I would urge my colleagues to think about that carefully before you cast a vote any other way. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, bill sponsors. Thank you, Majority Leader and Minority Leader.
Senator Fenberg. Majority Leader Fenberg. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L061?
Amendment L061, Senate Bill 163 by Senator Fenberg. and
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L061.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, in working with the good senator from El Paso County, we resurrected L039, and it became L059, I believe.
60, I believe.
And that, because we reached an agreement that of an understanding of what that amendment did. I did catch one thing, and I brought it up to the drafter, and I was really hoping he would say that I was wrong, but he said, maybe I've got a little point. So all L061 does is it restates L060, but adds the word because on line 7. We almost potentially made it so doctors can never be disciplined, ever. And I just wanted to make sure that we are talking about disciplinary action that results from signing the certificate, which is what we are trying to avoid, not saying that Title 12 no longer applies to doctors. So I ask for an aye vote on L061.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to just get clarification from the Majority Leader. Are you asking us to vote for this amendment just because?
The Senator Lundeen.
So this is the retaliation language, protects healthcare professionals. It's our third bite at the apple. This apple's almost gone, folks. Get on board before it leaves now. I urge your support for 061.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L061. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to offer thanks to the bill sponsors. The senator from Denver and the senator from Adams County have demonstrated willingness to talk through some of these issues and support some of the amendments that were offered here today. But for the folks watching and listening outside the Capitol, this can be a frustrating process because there isn't a way yet for us to be able to show those amendments out in the public to see what we are discussing, debating. We've been trying to get copies of those amendments scanned and emailed out to interested parties as they've been adopted, but thank you for your patience. I agree with the senator from Monument. I was a no vote on this bill before we started this second reading process, and I continue to be a no vote. But the bill is better than where it was before. I wanted to explain to people maybe who are new or less familiar with the legislative process than those of us who work here. We have been working on a copy of this bill, Senate Bill 20-163, and it has the word up here in the upper left corner. I guess if you're looking at it, upper right corner, but it says introduced in capital bold letters. Sometime tonight or tomorrow morning, as the staff take all of these amendments that are words and numbers that change this bill, a new version of this bill will be created and it will say engrossed on it. So as we move today to third reading, probably tomorrow, but that'll be up to the Majority Leader. He may want to hold this bill in the Senate for a week or two more just so that we can continue to think about it. But probably tomorrow, we'll be voting on a new version of Senate Bill 163, and again, it will say engrossed. So as people outside the Capitol are following along, when they find the engrossed version, the next thing that sometimes troubles people is this section right below the title called Bill Summary. That doesn't change. So if there's any language in that bill summary, you say, gosh, they amended it, but it still says something in the bill summary, don't let that worry you because the bill summary is not actually statute. What you will find in that version tomorrow will be shading, or excuse me, double underlining denotes Senate amendments, and you'll see the bill, and you'll look through the new and gross version of the bill, and you'll find parts that have double underlining, and that will point you specifically to the amendments that were approved here today on second reading. So just because of prior experience when there are hundreds or even thousands of people outside the Capitol who are advocating, in this case, generally advocating for no vote on Senate Bill 163, I will still be that today on seconds and tomorrow on thirds, assuming that's when it happens. But a little bit of advice on how to deal with the bill as amended. Look for the engrossed version probably tonight or tomorrow morning. And then if you want to see what the amendments are that we adopted today, look for the double underlining, which denotes a Senate amendment. Thank you for your patience, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, ask for a no vote.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the bill sponsors for being so good about accepting some of the amendments that were offered today. But I'm afraid that no matter how many amendments come on this bill, a bad bill is still a bad bill. Senate Bill 163 is still discriminatory, and where it isn't discriminatory, it's redundant, and it does confer too much power to CDPHE. It was brought forth in the beginning when the bill sponsors moved the bill that we had a lot of support. But unfortunately, that support didn't come from some of the most important people, and that are the parents and the people who are from different organizations like the Colorado Health Choice Alliance and the Homeschool Legal Defense. There are so many organizations that were not taken into consideration when this bill was drafted, and that in itself is one of the biggest discriminations that we have when it comes to passing bills like this. It's not a stakeholder bill. This is a discriminatory bill, and it is a very, very harmful bill. We need to restore parental rights, and we need to hold parental rights up and value those parental rights, not take them away. I am still a no and will be a no on thirds, and I ask you to vote in opposition to Senate Bill 163.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I think you all know where I stand on this bill. We worked hard last year to defeat the bill. I thought that was a win for Colorado. It was a win for Colorado's parents. It was a win for the notion that in Colorado, the first and really the only real authority are the individuals, our constituents, the men and the women, the parents and the children that we serve. This bill, in my mind, upends that. It says, no, we have a better understanding of what it means for your child to be healthy. And if you want to take this from the public health standpoint, the greatest argument that I've found against the public health, trust the public health officials, has been my conversations with the public health officials. When the public health officials characterize parents as ignorant, as stupid, as foolish, as wacky, as these nutcase anti-vaxxers, call it whatever you will, that to me is proof enough that those public health officials should have no authority, should have no right to make decisions for us and for our children. The idea somehow that these people are crazy, given the tens of thousands of documented legitimate experience on adverse reactions, is totally anti-science. It's total hubris. It's the idea that the state gets to set and make truth. I appreciate the sponsors being willing to at least acknowledge that there are two sides to this. To acknowledge that, yes, there may be some statistical public health benefits for vaccines, but that at the same time, there are also statistical adverse reactions, that vaccines are not 100% safe, that there are thousands of Colorado parents and children who have had really horrific experiences with this. And colleagues, while I do appreciate the sponsors' willingness to work on some of this, I think this still highlights exactly what people hate about politicians. It highlights the idea that we're going to push forward a big picture idea without paying attention and listening to many of our constituents whose freedoms and whose health is significantly harmed by this. I was talking to a constituent the other day who said, Owen, I saw that Congress only has an 11% approval rating. He asked me then, that just begs the question, what the hell is wrong with 11% of America? Colleagues, this bill is what drives 11% approval ratings. This bill is what highlights our inability, a government's inability to make one decision for all people. I think we're misguided on this bill. I think we would do much better to listen to the countless parents who have a vested interest in their children's lives rather than turning over too many of these decisions to politicians and to bureaucrats. Ask for a no vote.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of Senate Bill 163. There's been a lot of stakeholder work, a lot of listening, and a lot of discussion, both in the bill last year, House Bill 1312, and this year's iteration, Senate Bill 163. I'm going to walk you through some of those changes. First, I'll mention the area, then I'll mention what House Bill 1312 proposed and what Senate Bill 163 now proposes. In the area of medical exemption, 1312 would have required that the criteria for giving a medical exemption align with ACIP contraindications. 163, the bill does not change in any way the criteria for medical exemptions. Giving exemptions is up to the discretion of the provider and does not need to align with ACIP contraindications. Balancing the process of non-medical exemptions is the area. 1312 would have required parents claiming NME to physically deliver their form to state or local public health department. Under 163, parents can obtain NME, non-medical exemption, by either getting a signature of an immunization provider or completing an online education module similar to what was proposed in legislation in Utah, a very conservative state. Homeschooling. 1312 did not address in the introduced bill. An exemption was added on second reading in the House. Concerning Senate Bill 163, exempting homeschooler in the introduced bill unless their school district requested paperwork, so on and so forth. I could go on, but I don't want to keep us here much longer. There's 4 other areas that there are differences for sure. Examining school entry vaccine schedules, providing technical assistance, compelled speech, and limiting demographic information. Members, we have listened, we have taken feedback through the past year or so. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 163.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to extend my appreciation to everybody who has raised their voice in support of, in opposition to, and asking for amendments on this bill. I am thankful to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for all of their work on this bill. Members, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 163.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, thank you for going through that process. And you may wonder why it took so long, why there were so many different amendments. And I'd ask everybody to remember, as I'm looking at the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee in the Senate, we didn't wrap that committee meeting up until like 1 or 2 in the morning. You know, it was very, very late. We had been there for 15 hours and really felt like that was not the time to have a salient conversation around amendments and the pros and the cons. So this was important to get done today. I want to remind everybody that, you know, we live in a one-party kind of controls all situation right now. And the fact that the sponsors, the bipartisan sponsors of this bill, were willing to take the time to accept the amendments that by and large were the ones that we felt were the most important. I appreciate, because I fully recognize I don't have to. This bill could have just sailed on right through. No, 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 no. That's not the way we do things here. This was not the process that I would have preferred, right? Don't prefer to end committee meetings at 2 in the morning, but we got some really good things done today, and I want to commend the bill sponsors for that and for their being open to working with myself and my colleagues. One word of caution to everybody, especially if you're somewhat new to the Senate, new to the House, new to the legislature, or certainly to the Health and Human Services Committee, is that this issue has come up in some form or fashion every single year. Legislation gets passed, we think it's worded the way we want it worded, we think we've got all the wrinkles ironed out, and something goes off the rails. And we come right back, and another bill comes, and there's new language, and then it goes off the rails, and then we get promises from the department, and then it goes off the rails. Every single year, in the 4 years that I've been here, this is an issue that we've had to address, which is why I'm so grateful that everybody engaged the way that they did, because if I was a betting person, I would tell you we will be here in 12 months talking about something else related to vaccinations. And I'm glad everybody got to hear the pros and the cons on both sides. So again, my gratefulness to the sponsors, to everybody who was engaged, my colleague who I've worked extremely hard with from Monument. I think we got some good things done, and looking to see how this bill ends up going through the House and the rest of the process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 163. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. And Senate Bill 163 is adopted. Majority Leader Femberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the body is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The body will rise and report.
The committee will come back to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, committee begs lead reports that are considered some finance bills being second reading thereof. Makes the following recommendations are on. Senate Bill 30 is amended. Senate Bill 65 is amended. Senate Bill 73 is amended. Senate Bill 115 is amended. Senate Bill 132. Senate Bill 150 is amended. Senate Bill 163 is amended. Passed second read order and gross place calendar for their reading and final passage. House Bill 1048 passed second read order revised place calendar for their reading and final passage. Senate Bill 80, Senate Bill 40 laid over until 2/28/20, retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 002 to the Committee of the Whole report?
Committee of the Whole Amendment 002 to Senate Bill 163. Senator Woodward moved to name the report of Committee of the
Senator
Whole.
Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 002.
To the amendment, Senator.
In this bill, we are gathering new data on every child in the state of Colorado. Although the sponsors claimed that this bill already protects the data and medical records, if you read it, in fact, the bill is completely silent. We have new data available to new departments and new people who may not necessarily be subject to FERPA and HIPAA requirements. A yes on this Cal amendment means that you demand protection of that data and medical record.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment 002? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we did run an amendment to ensure that all of our privacy protections were, I'm just looking through, hold on, were enacted. That would be Amendment L028. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 002 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Winter, Todd, Hansen, Foote, Williams, Donovan, Priola, Danielson, Bridges, Janal, Pedersen, Rodriguez, Lee, Moreno, Zenzinger, Story, Fields, Gonzalez, the Majority Leader. Please add the President. With 15 ayes, 20 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, that amendment is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Carpenter, please read Amendment 005 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Committee of the Whole Amendment 005 to Senate Bill 163. Senator Lundy moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Senator Lundy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Committee of the Whole report 005.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So part of the challenge, the underlying challenge of this whole process is many people feel like the government required, the government recommended, and the government required process is not appropriate for them for reasons that may or may not be medical in nature, and therefore they need a separate pathway away from that. This particular amendment, which says that L054 that we debated at length did pass, speaks to that. Currently, the Colorado Board of Health requires for entry into the public schools a hepatitis B vaccination. Probably not appropriate in most cases. Now, we can debate back and forth on that policy choice, but that's what underlies this whole conversation. Is that extreme outlying vaccination appropriate for all children to get into school? The amendment simply says, don't do that. Board of Health, do not make that a critical threshold for a child to get into public schools. I urge your support of the amendment. In fact, it would move us in a better public health and, quite frankly, a more rational, commonsensical pathway for the people of Colorado would move us in that direction.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 005 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Foote, Fields, Rodriguez, Priola, Winter, Todd, Danielson, Story, Hansen, Lee, Moreno, Zenzinger, Donovan, Williams, Bridges, Janal, Pedersen, Gonzalez, the Majority Leader. Please add the President. With 15 aye votes, 20 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Amendment 005 to the Committee of the Whole report is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Carpenter, please read Amendment 004 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Committee of the Whole Amendment 004, it's number 163.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. So,
Would the good senator please move the amendment?
you'd think I'd have that figured out by now, wouldn't you? It's a blood sugar crash is what's going on. Mr. President, thank you. I move Cow Amendment 004.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. So part of what this bill does is it changes the way we interact with some matters that are very, very fundamental to who we are as people. Not only with regard to the rights of parents to choose the medical health and the medical pathways for their children, but we start changing the language that we use to guide ourselves and to stay anchored and connected to our core beliefs as a society. One of those core beliefs is that we protect specific classes for specific reasons. The reality is we make sure that if you in fact are from a different nation of origin, if you have a different race, if you have a choice and you may not be discriminated against based on your sexual orientation, this bill begins to tinker with, meddle with, play with this idea that your religious or personal beliefs are maybe not so precious after all. It collapses those ideas, personal beliefs and medical or religious beliefs, down into a single thing that's a kind of a meaningless, clinical sounding thing. It grabs it with a set of tongs and holds it up over here and just says, non-medical exemption. I'm here to say that our religious convictions and the choices we make based on our religious convictions should be protected as part of who we are as Americans and Coloradans. Therefore, this bill should honor that. It should, in fact, make room for and acknowledge and continue to call out the fact that people, for religious reasons or sincerely held personal beliefs, should be able to have an exemption, and it should be called that. It should not be called something that we can all just wink at, turn our back on, say, well, that's kind of whatever. It's just non-medical. It can't mean that much. It's very, very important that we protect our connection to things like faith and protection of race. This amendment, which is Amendment 41 reoffered, would in fact do that. I urge your support of COW 004.
Is there further discussion? Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we did protect religious exemptions and we protected personal exemptions. We just streamlined government and put them in the form of a non-medical exemption.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That's what they said in New York and California. Today, those exemptions are gone. When you relabel them, when you diminish the importance, they fall into jeopardy of protection. I fight with a little bit of anger in my voice because to lose those protections is a loss for who we are as a society. I urge your support of the Cow Amendment, please.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment 004 to the Committee of the Whole report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 004 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Donovan, Williams, Foote, Hansen, Lee, Moreno, Bridges, Todd, Winter, the Majority Leader, Rodriguez, Fields, Pedersen, Danielson, Story, Janal, Priola, Gonzalez. Please add the President. With 16 aye, 19 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Amendment 004 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 003?
Committee of the Whole Amendment 003 to number 1.
Senator Lundin.
Mr. President, thank you very much. So this amendment says, oh, geez. Note to self, drink a Gatorade or a Powerade or something of that nature in hour 2 of the debate.
The good senator from Monument should be fined $1 for not knowing the Senate procedure. Senator Lundin is recognized.
Mr. President, thank you. Mr. President, although you've not been in the chair, I've made this mistake multiple times today. A $1 fine is so gracious. Thank you for that. I move Cow Amendment 003.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I was actually looking for Powerade was what I was after. Gatorade. Cheeseburger would be better. To the amendment. So, moments ago, I asked that you protect essentially an acknowledgement that matters of religious choice are special to us. They're unique in perhaps our increasingly secular society. We're changing the language, perhaps. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. I don't know if that's the way I see it, but others perhaps do. And what was once a religious conviction may today be called something different. It might be called a conviction of conscience. The ask is the same, and it's maybe an updated ask that brings us in alignment with where more broadly society is and how society might see it. But it's important, I tell you, that we not allow this exemption to pick up a name, to pick up a label that diminishes its importance. This amendment simply says the exemption these people take, because it is their considered opinion, based on the research they have done, that the pathway the government mandates for them is not appropriate, and they therefore seek an exemption based on their personally held conviction. You could call it a matter of conscience, or as we heard, going to the Latin roots, with knowledge. I urge you to support this, because to not support this diminishes the importance of the exemption these people are seeking. Words mean things. To diminish the value of this exemption puts it at risk. And as I spoke just moments before, and as the good senator from Douglas County called out, this bill and the bills of this nature have been brought year after year after year. The conversation keeps driving in a direction. California and New York diminished the value of religious exemptions of conscience, and then they eradicated them. They took away from people the freedom to be different, to choose to be different. And they did it in part by changing the language around how you protect that. I urge you to search your conscience, to connect with your deeply held beliefs, and know that we should vigorously protect the rights of other individuals to do exactly that. Let's keep this exemption called what it is. It's an exemption of conscience. It's something that they are choosing from the depths of their soul and intellect. And we should honor that with a word that acknowledges that, as opposed to just giving it a label that is easier to pass over, maybe to take away with more simplicity at some point in the future. I urge your support of Cow Amendment 003, having been properly moved now.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment 003? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 003 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Foote, Williams, Lee, Danielson, Moreno, Priola, Todd, Janal, Pedersen, Winter, Hanson, Rodriguez, Story, Donovan, the Majority Leader, Fields, Gonzalez. Please add the President. With 17 aye votes, 18 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Amendment 003 is lost. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Hill, Marble, Scott, Heisey, Gardner, Smallwood, Cook, Woodward, Crowder, Rankin, Sonnenberg, Holbert, the Minority Leader. With 22 ayes, 13 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 030 as amended, Senate Bill 065 as amended, Senate Bill 073 as amended, Senate Bill 115 as amended, Senate Bill 132, Senate Bill 150 as amended, Senate Bill 163 as amended. Passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1048. Passed on second reading, ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 080. Senate Bill 040. Laid over until 2/28/2020 and retaining their places on the calendar. Message from the House.
House is passed on third reading, transmitted over as statutes. House Bill 1103, amendments printed in the House Journal, February 19, 2020. House Bill 1024, amendments printed in the House Journal, January 24, 2020. House Bill 1066, amendments printed in the House Journal, February 14, 2020. House Bill 1165, amendments printed in the House Journal, February 19, 2020. House Bill 1275, amendments printed in the House Journal, February 19, 2020. House Bill 1145, amendments printed in the House Journal, February 19, 2020. House Bill 1022, amendments printed in the House Journal, February 21st, 2020. House Bill 1032, amendments printed in the House Journal, January 29th, 2020. House Bill 1215, amendments printed in the House Journal, February 21st, 2020. House Bill 1229 is printed in the House Journal, February 21st, 2020. House Bill 1270, amendments printed in the House Journal, February 18th, 2020. House Bill 147, amendments printed in the House Journal, February 14th, 2020. House Bill 1060, amendments printed in the House Journal, February 21st, 2020. House Bill 1136, amendments printed in the House Journal, February 21st, 2020. The House is passed on third reading, returns herewith. Senate Bill 43, Senate Bill 113, Senate Bill 48, and Senate Bill 47. The House has voted to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1019 and has repassed the bill as so amended.
Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1022, 1024, 1032, 1060, 1066, 1103, 1136, 1145, 1147, 1165, 1215, 1229, 1270, and 1275.
Message from the Governor.
February 13th, 2020, to the Honorable Colorado Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, pursuant to the powers conferred by constitutional law of the state of Colorado, I have another designated point reappoints into consideration of the following: Water Quality Control Commission, effective February 15, 2020, for terms expiring February 15, 2023. Michael Gustav of Fort Collins, Colorado, reappointed. John Ott of Durango, Colorado, to serve as representative of Elizabeth West of the Continental Divide. Appointed. Charles Mike Weber of Lana, Colorado. Appointed. Sincerely, Chair Post, Governor.
Agriculture and Natural Resources. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 186 by Senators Finberg and Holbert and Representatives Garnett and Neville concerning the independent redistricting commissions in Colorado.
State Veterans and Military Affairs.
House Bill 1049 by Representatives Byrd and McKean, Senators Corm and Bridges concerning the reauthorization of the voluntary contribution on state individual income tax returns for the Habitat for Humanity for Colorado Fund.
Finance and Appropriations.
House Bill 1300 by Representatives Buntay and Belton, Senators Bridges and Corm concerning technical changes to the local school food purchasing program.
Agriculture and Natural Resources. Signing bills.
The President has signed Senate Bill 11.
Announcements. Senator Scott.
Mr. President, I asked to be excused tomorrow. I have talked with the Minority Leader and the Majority Leader, the President, Cindy, John, let's see, Senator Cook, Senator Priola, Senator Bridges, Senator Winter, and the entire staff.
The good senator will be marked excused, and for you only, we will not do a call to the Senate. Senator Janot.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have two announcements. The first one is for the Senate Local Government Committee. We will be meeting in 15 minutes, and we're going to hear Senate Bill 139, House Bill 1044, and House Bill 1074. Also, I have another announcement in regards to the Colorado Dental Association. The dentists will be down in the basement by the elevators tomorrow morning for breakfast. Please go and join the dentists and talk to your dentists. Thank you.
Senator Corn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the good senator from Mesa County will not be here tomorrow, I felt that it was important that I give this announcement that the Youth Advisory Council will be meeting on Monday, March 2nd, 1 to 2 p.m. at the old Supreme Court chambers. Come and talk to the young members about their issues. Thank you.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate Health and Human Service Committee will be meeting in about 2 hours after the adjournment of this local government committee. Thank you.
Senator Winter. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Health also has to wait for transportation to adjourn, and transportation will be starting in 15 minutes, and we will be hearing Senate Bills 178, 1181, Senate Bill 70 for action only, and then Senate Bill 168, which has remote testimony.
Members and guests, please join me in welcoming Senator Paul Wiseman back to the Senate chambers. Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and it just does my heart so good to see my good friend. I got to serve with Senator Paul Wiseman when we were in the House together, and if you want to learn how to run a committee, boy, he was the teacher for me 16 years ago, and so it's great to see him and be back on the floor again. But I want to also invite you tomorrow to the Aerospace Caucus luncheon, and that starts at noon across the street in 1525, and encourage you to come to Aerospace Caucus tomorrow at noon. Thank you.
Senator Todd.
Oh, no, I'm just saying.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now, as if you weren't confused before, my goal in life is to confuse you further. So here's the game plan. Everybody listen up. Who was it that used to say, listen up? Anyway, Michael Garcia. At any rate, what we are going to do is Senate Education is going to meet within 15 minutes in the old Supreme Court, or no, in the old library, 271, immediately, or 15 minutes after adjournment. Education will be meeting because we have confirmations today and we have people coming from all over the state. So Education will meet first, zip through, and then all other committees will start upon that completion, which we are hoping is close to about 2:50. Okay, let me say it one more time. Education upon adjournment in 271, and then we will go back to morning committees. Okay, back to morning committees at about 2:50. Thank you very much. I know we have a lot of people here for confirmations that have come from all over the state, and we're just trying to be considerate of that. So that's why we're making that switcheroo. Again, Education, see you all in 15 minutes, and then all other morning committees will start upon completion about 2:50. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate Finance Committee, we will be meeting as soon as Senate Education meeting is concluded, sometime on or around 2:50 in the afternoon. So please be prompt because we have a number of bills for under consideration in the Senate Finance Committee. We will see you in SCR 357.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Education Committee will meet upon adjournment. The upon adjournment committees will meet upon the adjournment of the Education Committee, and then we will have the afternoon committees start when the committee that is in their room is finished. Hopefully that's somewhat clear. Thank you, members, for all of your work this morning. Thank you for the debate. I think we got a lot of good work done, and I appreciate the tenor of the discussion that we had. Mr. President, we I think introduced our bills already, so I move the Senate adjourn until tomorrow at 9 a.m., February 28th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will stand in adjournment until 0900 hours on Friday, February 28th, 2020.